Ready? Welcome to the ordinary council meeting of Dubbo Regional Council for March 2025. I advise that this meeting is being live streamed to the internet. All those present should refrain from making any defamatory statements, and upon joining these online meetings, you accept the condition that your image may be recorded and streamed to the internet, as well as being retained in the archive of the recorded council meetings and standing committee meetings. I now open the March ordinary meeting, the time being 5:31 p.m. First of all, we'll start with the prayer. Please, Councillor Butler.
Precious Heavenly Father, we thank you so much for bringing us together. Lord, we just pray for a spirit of unity, for there you command the blessing. And Father, we just ask that as we deliberate, that we would be conscious of each other, considerate, kind, and Lord, that we would debate well. We just pray that all we do would be pleasing to you in your sight. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen. Acknowledgement of country, Councillor Wells, please.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Yiridamarang, Yuandubam. Good day, people. My name's Pam, proud Tabaga woman of the Wiradjuri Nation. I would like to acknowledge the Wiradjuri people who are the traditional custodians of the land. I would also like to pay respect to the elders past and present of the Wiradjuri Nation and extend that respect to other Aboriginal people from our other nations who are present in the room. Thank you.
Thank you. CCL 25/49, leave of absence. All councillors are present. There are no leaves of absence tonight. Next, CCL 25/50, conflicts of interest. Councillor Cowley, please.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Yes, I do have a conflict of interest on CCL 25/69, the Community Services Fund 2024-35 Round 2. As I sit as a director on the board of the Western Cancer Centre Foundation, as well as being a member and board director of the Rotary Club of Dubbo Macquarie, I was aware that the applications for these funding grants were going through. I didn't have anything to do with those applications, but in order to avoid any suggestion of impropriety, I will leave the room and declare a significant conflict of interest, non-pecuniary.
Thank you. Councillor Chowdhury.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have a CCL 25/69 Community Services Fund, non-pecuniary less than significant. I was part of the Oriscon committee before, but no longer, so I'm staying in the room. I have another one, CCL 25/75, question of notice. I live in South Lake, so it's pecuniary significant for mine, and I'll leave the room. Then another one is CCL 25/80. It's non-pecuniary less than significant. I'm staying in the room as I was in the part of the Oriscon committee, but no longer. Thank you.
Thank you. And myself, I've got a non-pecuniary significant interest and will leave the room for CCL 25/80, the EOI for 4 Aquila Place, as I met with the applicant, and will leave the room in order to remove any perceived conflict of interest. Thank you, councillors. Next item is item CCL 25/51, public forum. I'll now run through the rules of public forum. Each speaker will have up to 5 minutes to speak. When you come forward to speak, please state your name and the item that you are speaking on. When you have 30 seconds remaining, you'll hear a bell. At 5 minutes, the bell will be rung multiple times, the microphone will be turned off, and your time will conclude. Registered speakers will be asked to speak first, followed by members of the gallery who may also wish to speak if time allows. Gallery members should refrain from any disruptive behaviour, including clapping or jeering. I'll now call on the following registered speakers. First of all, we have Anna Bloomfield on DRTCC fees and charges, please. Just turn your microphone on there. Oh, it's on now.
On? Yep. There we go.
Thanks.
Good evening. Thank you for this opportunity to speak. I'm Anna Bloomfield, and I am speaking on the issue of DRTCC. I'm the principal of Dubbo Ballet Studio, and I have been for 25 years. Today I speak on behalf of the many performing arts groups that operate in Dubbo. We are all facing considerable challenges in regards to the hire and use of DRTCC. As the cornerstone of the performing arts in Dubbo, DRTCC has a huge responsibility to represent, support and advocate for local arts groups. However, as locals, it is becoming increasingly difficult to work in the space, communicate with the management and afford to produce work there. As it stands, the leadership in management is uninspired and lacks any creative vision or projection for the future of arts in Dubbo.
Miss Bloomfield, just interrupt there. You're not actually allowed to criticise the staff who aren't here to reply, so please just keep your comments to
Sure.
just the actual bits. Thanks.
As long-term hirers of this facility, we have had years of poor experiences in the theatre. The general inconsistency of policies and practices implemented vary from year to year, and the communication between management and ourselves regarding this is difficult. In any year, we walk into the space not knowing at all what is ahead of us, what new rules are going to be enforced, what things could we do last year that we can't do this year, what new costs are going to be incurred without consultation, what parts of the facility are we allowed to access, what are the skills of the technician we are paying by the hour, what will the tech team say no to today that they said yes to 3 weeks ago, and most horribly, what belittling and disrespect awaits us. These are very real questions that we are faced with every single event. Over decades of this, the notion of being in the theatre now causes myself and my team anxiety, stress and apprehension. Sadly, our days in the theatre are simply not enjoyable. When these issues have been brought to the attention of management and others, thinly veiled attempts at placation are employed to squash the situation. There is never any real movement towards solid solutions, and often any resolutions that are reached are simply revoked by the time we are back in the theatre in a year's time. It seems there is no standard solid structure of practices. Every time there is a change of personnel, there are broad sweeping changes to the rules. These often happen instantly with no warning and with no communication. Additionally, there is often a lack of transparency in the why these decisions are made by management. When questioned, often the response is simply a dismissive because it's policy or because if we let you do it, we have to let everyone. It is so hard to operate in this space of changing goalposts. It is well known that the cost to hire the theatre is huge. On the face of it, the daily hire rate seems accessible, but the reality is not the full picture. The list of extras that are not included in this rate would surprise many. Not included in this hire is the use of the dance floor, the projector, the screen for the projector, the disco ball, the use of microphones, the use of the fly system, the list goes on. There's an obvious lack of clarity in the hiring documentation. There is never any conclusive cost estimate that can be determined by the hirer before their production. There are many shades of grey within the pricing schedule, and the way it is applied in the final costings is inconsistent from hire to hire, leaving hirers anxious about their financial viability of the production until the production is over. Again, as a small business, this is incredibly anxiety-inducing. Unfortunately, it is well known amongst the greater arts community that Dubbo's cultural maturity and reputation is far behind other regional centres. As arts practitioners in Dubbo, we are fully aware of this and are constantly working hard to move the needle on it. However, the attitude from DRTCC and the support we receive in this endeavour leaves a lot to be desired. I've been campaigning for a better theatre experience and accessibility for local groups for over a decade. During this time, the quality of service, accessibility and our general experience in the theatre has deteriorated exponentially. It does leave us wondering if this experience is a coincidence or if in fact our voices, suggestions and need for change has resulted not in progress, but rather punishment for local groups. I have even asked directly, are you trying to squeeze us out? The rest is on my phone. We are all at our wits' end. We are exhausted. We are broken by having to continue to fight to be heard and to be seen as worthy contributors to our community. We are in complete despair knowing through experience that DRTCC and by extension our local council don't value our work, our business, our livelihood, our creative voices and our vision to contribute to the culture and quality of living in Dubbo. At present, we feel disposable, less than and othered. We want to use our energy, time and voices in our craft to the benefit of the whole city and not to just continue screaming to be heard. Thank you.
Right on time. Next up, we have Mr. James McKay. Is he here? Yep, up to the microphone, please. And yep, state your name and the issue or item you're talking about. Thank you.
Yes, I'm James McKay and speaking about CCL 25/68. I was aware of a previous council meeting addressing fluoridisation. Just asking questions is a pseudo-skeptical tactic often used by conspiracy theorists to present false claims by framing them as questions. If criticised, the proponent of such claim may then defend themselves by asserting that they were merely asking questions which may upset the mainstream consensus. It is a tactic that attempts to make wild accusations acceptable. Water fluoridisation has clear evidence of benefit, and from my perspective, asking questions like there is any controversy surrounding the topic shows a lack of good faith by the one asking. The National Health and Medical Research Council has a document published called Water Fluoridisation and Human Health in Australia, Questions and Answers, which answers questions citing sources about water fluoridisation. The evidence is so clear that, on page 14, it includes a quote from the University of Manchester. Quote, "In considering the ethics of fluoridisation, we should not ask are we entitled to impose fluoridisation on unwilling people, but are the unwilling people entitled to impose the risks, damage and costs of failure to fluoridate on the community at large." I want to thank all those during the last council and this council, including Councillor Dickerson, who have made an effort towards restoring our fluoridisation system. I have noted the motion of rescission of this meeting and I support it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, we have Mr. Richard Mutton. Is he here? Can't see him anywhere. We might come back to him. We then have Peter Duggan. Mr. Peter Duggan, please.
Oh, my name's Peter Duggan. Mr. Mayor, councillors and staff, I'm wanting to address the motion last month by this council to not proceed with a tree preservation order for private trees within the LGA. I wish to politely ask council to consider rescinding the motion that they passed and instead reconsider establishing a tree preservation order as presented to council via the staff report. I also hesitate to say that a qualified tree remover serving as a councillor might need to declare a conflict of interest before they are moving or voting on motions regarding tree preservation. Many of us in the community have been pressing council for a number of years for more measures to both protect and improve the tree canopy in Dubbo's urban areas. Tree preservation order is just one measure that would assist better outcomes for Dubbo's environment and its people. I feel the councillors have not fully considered what was proposed in the order, nor have they fully considered the position of the community, which was close to 50% for and against. If you had done research, you would have noted that the majority of metropolitan and regional councils in New South Wales have successfully maintained tree preservation orders for a number of decades now. They are not blanket bans on removing trees, but are merely the process of requiring council's approval to do so. Each council has their own approach to these orders, including specifying that certain tree species and dangerous and dead trees are exempt from requiring approval, as well as whether to charge fees for a permit or whether to impose fines for unauthorised removal of a tree. It's hardly an extra burden on people or the council, nor government overreach. At the end of the day, these measures encourage property owners to give consideration of the environment and the greater community. Trees provide habitat, shade, oxygen, visual delight, and they make the built environment more livable, especially in a world with a rapidly changing climate. Yes, increase the urban tree canopy with more trees on public land. Yes, conduct more community tree planting days. Yes, provide residents with free trees to plant on their verge. And yes, conduct more environmental campaigns. But yes, please do consider more tangible protective measures as well. It won't protect every tree. It's not meant to, but it will at least help make property owners aware that trees are valued by the community. We know people never like more rules, but a tree preservation order isn't something a person has to actively consider in their day-to-day lives. Much like the police, whose effectiveness isn't necessarily in physically detaining criminals, but is more through their mere presence in society that prevents or reduces crime, a tree preservation order says to the community that we each have a responsibility in protecting trees for the present and future community. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Duggan. Next, we have Mrs. Margaret McDonald.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, councillors, staff and members of the public. My name's Margaret McDonald and I represent Dubbo Environment Group. I will be addressing CCL 25/64, Improving Urban Tree Canopy. I wish first to acknowledge the tireless advocacy of Barbara Sutherland from SOS Trees over the past 8 years on this issue. He is now living in Cairns, and she had been over the last 4 or 5 years being supported by many environmental groups, and I'll list those. Those people are represented here in the public forum today to support the tree preservation policy. Save Our Dubbo Green Spaces, Dubbo Field Naturalists, Dubbo Environment Group, Transition Dubbo, and Healthy Rivers Dubbo. Finally, in 2023, after all our work, we celebrated because DRC initiated a tree preservation policy consultation survey, community consultation. To say that we are disappointed in the February decision to simply dismiss it, even after an expensive report was produced by the staff, is a gross understatement. The justification offered was that Joe Blow does not want government interference on his own land. No research was given. No examples from other councils was given. The 2023 consultation process, according to staff, cost ratepayers between $30,000 and $50,000. Why have we wasted this money? Why has the community's work been ignored? Climate Council states that if reduction of emissions remains the same, Dubbo and Wellington's heat increase will include 20 extra days of above 35 degrees centigrade heat by 2050. We had a 3-year study done by the University of New South Wales on urban heat, and they used Maitland and Dubbo as their case study. Their recommendation is that to reduce air and surface temperature, an increase in trees in both public and private realms is necessary. The street tree report that I have tabled with you is by Dubbo Regional Council's Ian McAllister, and in 2017 he must have spent quite an amount of time to put that report together. It's some pages long, and he surveyed every street tree in Dubbo and Wellington. It clearly shows that street tree coverage will fall from 10.4% to 5% by 2050 if nothing is done, or if we stay the same as we always have stayed with street tree planting. And we have continued in the same way. In fact, we probably have gone backwards because the street tree funding was reduced from 600,000 or so to 200,000. None of the, or hundreds of trees were lost in the drought on public reserves. They have not been replaced. These are the rural New South Wales councils who have moved forward with private tree management Goulburn, Orange, Tamworth, Bathurst, Lithgow, Singleton, Wagga Wagga, Maitland, Albury, Armidale, Queanbeyan and Penrith. Their permit requirements range from a 30 centimetre trunk circumference to 1 metre. This is a 1 metre circumference girth of a tree trunk. Can't open it. It's shaky. This is 30 centimetres. You can choose, but we do need some trees protected, obviously, because our street trees aren't going to do it, and neither are our public reserve trees, especially when our urban development is becoming more dense. We can probably design better estates with more green spaces and put more trees in them. Whew, okay.
Thank you, Mrs. McDonald. That's the 5 minutes. Yep, thank you. Next up, we have Vicky Canalisi, please.
Okay. Good afternoon. I'm Vicky Canalisi and I thank you for the opportunity to address Council. I want to bring to your attention the difficulties experienced by the community users of the theatre and the value placed on the performing arts. I won't labour about the cost too much, as I know that this problem has already been recognised and that there is the intention by the councillors to address it. As to the value of the performing arts, I feel it is important that you know some of the history to give you a better understanding. We have 5 ballet schools in Dubbo and 1 in Wellington. One of these schools is, as far as we know, the oldest continuously operating ballet school in Australia. It is now in its 91st year of operation, and it is the mother school from which sprang 3 of the other schools in Dubbo and schools in Orange and Mudgee. The Dubbo Theatrical Society has been going since the 1950s and Wesley Players about the same time. The Drama Club is very successful and growing fast. The Macquarie Conservatorium is 38 years old and desperately needs a permanent home. The performing arts in our community improves social integration, multicultural understanding, and is a draw card for Dubbo and the region. Just look at the Eisteddfod. It also provides an activities for kids who don't fit in anywhere else, and over the years many young people have benefited as a result of finding acceptance in performing arts activities. The performing arts provides training for future teachers and performers. Many of our young people have gone on to work as teachers, singers, dancers, actors, musicians, choreographers, stage managers and directors in Australia and overseas. Here are some examples. Jacob Williams has been employed by the 3 most prominent arts organisations in Australia. Nathan Bryant is studying opera in Vienna. Stephanie Ward is now head teacher of English drama at Sydney Secondary College, Blackwattle Bay. The Bartley brothers are in the entertainment industry in LA. Thalia Smith performs in major musicals in Australia and overseas. Spencer Bloomfield is studying dance in Dresden, Germany. 3 of our First Nation people, Ella Helvelka, Amber Gordon and Nagali Shaw, have found success at either the Bangarra Dance Company, the Australian Ballet Company, or on television. This gives you an idea of the calibre of our local teachers and our students. And all these people needed a proper theatrical experience to develop their performance skills. That is at least half the reason that we built the theatre in the first place. The experience should be joyful. Unfortunately, for many of our teachers, performers, and their now very experienced crew, they suffer a range of reactions from frustration, agitation, nausea, tears, disillusion, fear of repercussions, and depression. The senior members of the region's performing arts community share a professionalism gleaned not only from training, but also from over 50 years' experience. This experience is broadly recognised and respected in the community, but seems to hold no credibility when using the theatre. There is something wrong here. There are two different visions of the purpose of the theatre, the first being the commercial viability of the facility, the second, that the theatre should be a place where our considerable local talent can reach for the stars whilst our local community encourages their ambitions. Our local shows are always popular, but as the costs go up, so too do the prices of the tickets, and some families find they can only afford for one parent to go. The local performers are important because they highlight our local talent and particularly give our kids a chance to do their thing in front of an audience as part of their training in a proper theatre. From little things, big things grow. Our theatre is for visiting shows, of course, but the theatre should be the epicentre, the beating heart of our local performance arts, and yet it isn't. Why? When finalising the coming budget, I encourage all the councillors to take all these factors into consideration and to examine closely all the hidden, unpredictable extra costs and other difficulties involved when hiring the theatre. I would also ask the councillors to champion the community performing arts because they matter and they add to the broad experience of our local population. There is much more at stake than money here. Thank you.
Thank you. Next we have Bron Powell.
Bron Powell. I'm from various environmental groups, as Marg mentioned earlier. I'd like to address Councillor Jen Cowley's motion around wanting a report from the CEO on our street trees. Is there a canopy target and that kind of thing? And also address the tree preservation order that was rejected at the last council meeting. So just on these two matters, just wanted to say that I think a lot of the public have been very vocal on Facebook about this issue, saying, oh, it's, my property, my right, I'll chop down my tree kind of thing. Whereas I think council has basically catered to the lowest common denominator here. And actually what council's role is to provide some leadership on this issue. So instead of just sort of falling victim to these arguments, where's the leadership? Where's the education? Where are we putting forward the facts and figures about our declining street trees and our declining tree canopies? Where, as Marg McDonald spoke about, where's the looking at other councils and what they are doing and the leadership that they are taking in their communities? So I just think that, council needs to provide a bit more leadership on this matter and also, talk about community responsibility. So not just this individualistic, selfish approach of, my property, I'll do what I want. It's like, no, for community to function and for Dubbo to still be a livable city in 2050, we need to take community responsibility. With rights also comes responsibilities. Now, in terms of Councillor Jen Cowley's motion, it's like, thank you very much for making a start on the street tree issue again. However, I think we need to go a bit further. I'm not sure if there is a current canopy target or not, but there needs to be one. And council needs to decide what that will be. But the first step, obviously, is to set the fact that there needs to be one, and then there needs to be a strategy to implement it. Sorry about that. Yes, there needs to be a strategy to implement it, and then we want an operational plan developed within 12 months. Because the other issue is that I've been emailing council staff for the last few months saying, because now that we no longer have a street tree committee, there's meant to be an environmental reference group, but when is that going to happen? There seems to be, and the response I got was, the terms of reference are still being written. So then I waited a few months, heard nothing. I'm like, well, okay, what's your time frame for writing these terms of reference? Nothing's been done. So it's like, when are we even going to have an environment reference group again? When is council actually going to start taking some action on numerous environmental issues? Because it's not just street trees, tree canopy, that kind of thing. It's also the increasing amount of litter that no one seems to be doing much about. Dumped rubbish, the state of our river. There's more and more rubbish, fishing litter left around. There's not a lot of care and action around our natural green spaces. So, it's just those things I would like council to address. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Powell. Now, is Richard Mutton here? He had registered to speak. If he hasn't, that's our 30 minutes up, councillors and public, for public forum. Was there anyone else that wanted to speak? We'll have to get an extension of time first if we're going to do that. Is there any councillor? Councillor Chowdhury has moved that. Councillor Toynton has seconded that. We'll do it by show of hands. All those in favour of a, was it 30-minute extension? Aye, motion carried. Please state your name and the topic, and 5 minutes will start when you turn your mic on.
Is it on? Yep. Good afternoon. My name is Leonie Ward. Thank you for allowing me time to address Council today. I will be addressing community use of the Dubbo Regional Theatre. At the turn of the century, I found myself in many conversations within my friendship group, as well as family and the broader community, regarding the lack of facilities in Dubbo. One comment from a high-profile community member resonated with me. He said he was concerned about the number of rising stars within the sporting community not having the facilities needed within their hometowns and region to showcase their talent and possibly come to the attention of sporting selectors on a state level or further. He went on to say it was a shame the families and friends of these same stars were unable to witness their prowess for the same reason. Having many young people in my own life who were interested and committed to a different kind of performance, it struck me that our region was also short of a suitable performing arts venue. This was one reason, amongst many, as to why in 2003 I found myself in the position of President of Dubbo Arts, the Arts Council of Dubbo. It became a resolution of the Dubbo Arts Committee to pursue the construction of a suitable tiered theatre in Dubbo to service the community and the broader region. After lengthy conversations with representatives of the Dubbo City Council, elected as well as staff, it became the challenge to Dubbo Arts that the need for such a venue be demonstrated. So not only was that challenge accepted and proven, with Dubbo Arts spending the ensuing years building an audience by staging an average of 6 professional touring performances per year in various venues around Dubbo, including the Civic Centre, Wesley House, the RSL Theaterette and South Dubbo High School, the committee also staged many fundraising events, culminating in the provision of $150,000 to the Dubbo City Council in 2010 for the seating in the Dubbo Regional Theatre Auditorium. To say the Dubbo community has an interest in the Dubbo Regional Theatre would possibly be an understatement. For those of you who are unaware, there is a plaque within the foyer of this spectacular venue with all the community members who donated funds to the project. Just to enlarge on the building and audience challenge, this involved the Dubbo Arts Committee seeking professional productions, applying for grants, ensuring the cast and crews were looked after, and the sets were bumped in and out in a timely manner. This always involved committee members and their families and friends. The lighting rigs were also provided on instruction from the touring companies, and on occasion storage for sets and touring vehicles were provided. One of my favourite memories of this time was of the cast of Co-Opera's Kiss Me Kate, singing in very loud operatic style in my driveway at 1 a.m. as we unloaded the set for storage into my garage. To say that the Dubbo community has a vested interest in this facility is definitely an understatement, not only from a fundraising point of view, but also from a rate levied point of view. Yes, we are all paying for this venue for the advancement of our city and the enjoyment of our population. The Dubbo regional community also has a vested interest in the usage of this venue for the showcasing of local talent and the sheer joy and anticipation this brings to large sectors of our community. The community usage of this hard-fought-for venue seems to be currently suffering some difficulties. This is of huge concern, and regardless of your position or experience within this issue, it should be allowed expression and bipartisan consideration to enable all parties a successful hearing and resolution. Whilst we understand that the Council is trying to minimise the impact of the DRTCC running expenses on the community, it also needs to be recognised that it was the community who lobbied and fought for the construction of the building, and as such need to be included in the diverse programming as part of services offered by the Dubbo Regional Council. This situation includes, amongst other issues, the many varied ways in which hidden costs impact the community affordability in the hiring. These extra costs are not finite in the hiring process and have a habit of blowing out when hiring entities least expect it. A simple illustration of such a cost is the $48 roll of gaffer tape listed in the costs itinerary. Not only does this...
Thank you, Mrs. Ward. That's the 5 minutes and a little bit. Thank you. Any other speakers? Yes. Is this on for Aquila Place? Just don't speak on for Aquila Place because that'll prejudice the whole...
Good evening, Mayor, CEO, councillors and staff. My name is Tina Reynolds and I'm the CEO of Arana Support Service. I'm here tonight to speak about CCL 2566 Homeless in Dubbo LGA. I would just like to thank Councillor Matt Wright. I come across this by accident. That he's actually put a motion up in support of a foyer for Dubbo. As most would know, that I've been lobbying now for nearly 3 years for a foyer for Dubbo. This is a much needed facility that we need, and I'm hoping that all councillors will support the motion put forward tonight by Councillor Matt Wright. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other speakers? Yes? Same deal, name and topic, and 5 minutes will start.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thanks, Council. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm Mel Gray. I'm with the Healthy Rivers Dubbo. I'm speaking in support of what Peter and Marg and Bron have spoken about, the restoration of the instigation of a tree canopy target for Dubbo. And while urban tree coverage is very important, I'd like to point out, of course, that the LGA is a large area with a big important river running through it, and a lot of other second and third order streams as well. The vegetation along the rivers is the riparian corridor. Now that's the transition between land to water. It's a really important vegetation corridor. The riparian corridor is actually 40 metres from the highest part of the bank back. So in its entirety, looking at it from above, 80 metres plus the actual river, that's the riparian corridor. That's protected by the Water Management Act 2000, which establishes a strong objective to establish and preserve the integrity of this riparian corridor. That must be maintained or rehabilitated if it's damaged. It's, like I said, it's a really important vegetation corridor. Any disturbance of this corridor is actually a controlled activity and needs an improvement under the Water Management Act. It's particularly critical vegetation. It provides bank stability for the river, reduces erosion, improve water quality. It's really important habitat for animals, insects and birds. 40% of native fish diet falls from trees. So it's critical that it's native vegetation and that there's enough of it. And those grasses and reeds are really important as well, because that's what's going to catch a lot of sediment as in big heavy rain events and flooding events. And it slows down floodwater as well. So water quality, I'm sure we all noticed in the last 10 years, has just plummeted. It's the worst that it's ever been in the last 10 years, the water quality in our Wamble Macquarie River. Since 2017, the water quality has decreased by a factor of 3.5. Saw the graph in Water Group's report today. It was quite low in 2017, and then it's more than tripled right up to the top of the graph, and it's stayed up there since 2017. And those, we all remember that disgusting colour of the water after the drought broke in 2022. it's because there's not enough vegetation along the river. It's really important stuff. Wetland vegetation, riparian vegetation. So, Councillor Crowley, considering the entire riparian corridor in the whole LGA, 40 metres back from the riverbank to be protected, you know, that's something that Member Council could show some leadership on. Thanks.
Thank you very much. There's still a little bit of time left. Any further speakers? Yep.
Good evening, everyone. I actually don't have a lot more to say than what some of these guys have already said. I'm Mel Hancock. I'm with the Dubbo Field Naturalist and Conservation Society. As my fellow environmentalists have already pointed out and thanked Jen for the motion on the urban tree canopy and the trees preservation order. Trees and shrubs and grasses and everything are incredibly important to our environment. It's not just, oh, this one's important or that one's important. They all coexist harmoniously. They're really important for diversity and especially for our animals, and which encompasses fish and birds and everything. I guess all these environmental groups are not just speaking, you know, just because it's the flavour of the month. We have been here for decades. The Dubbo Field Nats have been here for 48 years. We're not just sort of going, oh, this is like what we feel like doing. We actually produce a book. And I don't know as to whether many people here actually know about it, but we produce a book and we survey the Dubbo region every month and in various locations. We have detailed survey information on all the areas. We go out to the Gnu forest every year, and we have been doing so for 30 years, doing glossy black surveys as well. Glossies also require a really specific kinds of trees like casuarinas and that for their food, and of course eucalypts for their hollows and for nesting and breeding. So we have these beautiful birds right on our doorstep. We don't get to see them in town usually or on the outskirts, but with the increase of trees, we can see far more native animals come into town, especially birds. We currently have a great competition in Dubbo as well, that we have to go out of town because we don't have the diversity in town and the trees that could attract them to us. Not only that, there's so many people. We actually have a book out at the sewage treatment plant of the amount of people that come through Dubbo to actually look for birds. And we have a visitor's sign book, and there's many people that actually come here. So it's not just about, yes, it does decrease heat and it looks really great and everything. It also brings people to our region. And I would actually just like to I had a bit of a visual thing today that if you've ever flown into Sydney, like late October, November, early December, you see the jacaranda trees and they're in bloom and it's purple and it's beautiful. And this is because those councils gave people flame trees and jacaranda trees to plant when they bought a house or whatever else. It looks amazing. Why can't we have that for Dubbo? Give people callistemons, wattles. Could you imagine in August flying in Dubbo and there's just this beautiful sea of green and gold? That would be amazing for our city. So it's not just about the environmental side of things, it's also about what makes us Dubbo and enriches everything that we do. So thank you, Jen, and I ask councillors to please support it. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further speakers? There being none, that concludes public forum. Thank you. And we'll move on to the next. CCL 25/52, mayoral appointments and meetings. I'll move that. Is there a seconder? Councillor Toynton, thank you. Any debate, councillors? There being none, I'll open the voting, put that motion. Please cast your vote electronically. I'll close the voting. Carried unanimously. CCL 25/53 mayoral expenses, February 2025. I'll move that. Is there a seconder for that, please? Councillor Toynton, thank you. Any questions or debate, councillors? There being none, I'll open the electronic voting. Please cast your vote. I'll now close the voting. Motion carried unanimously. CCL 25/54 investment under section 625 of the Local Government Act, February 2025. Do I have someone to move that, please? Councillor Chowdhury, thank you. Seconded by Councillor Cowley. Councillor Chowdhury, would you like to speak to that?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just make a comment, like it's good to see like a bit interest rate was a bit high, so council is getting extra money, and that will, I hope they're gonna invest for our community project. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further debate, councillors? There being none, I will open the voting on that. Please cast your vote. I'll now close the voting. Carried unanimously. Item CCL 25/55 monthly reporting snapshot for councillors, February 2025. Do I have someone to move that report? Councillor Richardson, thank you. Seconded by Councillor Wells, thank you. Councillor Richardson, would you like to speak to that?
No, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Any debate, councillors? Councillor Wright.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I think I've commented on this particular part of this report the last couple of months, and it's the domestic waste services performance. And there's a couple of particular stats that stick out for me. One of them is the recycling tonnes, and I see that green bar in there for the last couple of months, actually for going back a fair way, has generally surpassed the previous years. But the diversion from landfill tonnes is probably the big important one there. Again, which the work that the staff are doing on diversion of waste into landfills, an important one for the longevity of the landfill out there, but also with regards to methane and other things, and CO2 emissions. So yeah, doing a really good job there. It's great to see that trending in really positive ways.
Thank you, Councillor Chowdhury.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think this is one of the fantastic report I always love to see, and I'll encourage to the community to have a look and get through all this data. But I would like to shout to the director and the staff for this customer service team, because previously it's been gone a little bit high, and they work really hard and bring it down. So I really shout them, and good job for them. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further debate, councillors? Question, Councillor Wright.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. It was just something I was going to raise with respect to the visitor information centres, both Dubbo and Wellington, and a bit of a declining trend through the Dubbo Vic there with respect to visitors. And I'm just wondering where we're at with respect to reviews across both of those facilities, or where we're looking to take that going forward.
To the CEO.
Through to Ms. Brown.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for the question. So we've recently put the service review for the Dubbo Visitors Centres to Council, and particularly the outcomes of the survey, which has given us some really good data about the types of people who are coming and using the service. We've launched our Dubbo Visitor Guide last night, and it was great to see so many councillors and community there supporting that. The visitor centres are an important driver for people understanding and interacting with our Dubbo Visitor Guide. We have marketing campaigns planned to support both the Visitor Guide and the visitor centres as a key conduit and point of information around where to visit and enjoy the Dubbo region. So we hope to see that drive visitor numbers as well.
Thank you. That answer that.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Any other debate or questions? Councillor Ivey.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a comment, probably as much as anything. I think it's just I look at the occupancy rates for the Wellington Caves Wellington Caravan Park Caves occupancy. You know, it's running at around about sort of somewhere between 15 and 20%. And gee, if you stand back and look at that facility out there, it is just fantastic. You know, the golf course, the environment, the few tourist attractions out there. It just is such a pity that can't be better recognised, better utilised than it is. I don't know what the answer is, but I just think that we as a council should be very aware of that is indeed an utilised resource.
Thank you. Anything further, councillors? No. Back to the mover, Councillor Richardson. Anything in reply to any of that?
No, thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, councillors. I'll put that. I've opened the voting. Please cast your votes. I'll now close the voting. Carried unanimously. Item CCL 25/56, outstanding actions from council and committees. Can I have someone move that, please? Councillor Wright, thank you. Seconded by Councillor Toynton, thank you. Councillor Wright, would you like to speak to that?
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Look, there's a number of particular outstanding items there, and I won't comment on any of them specifically, but apart from that, just a bit of feedback on the report that I'm sure that the public would prefer. We didn't ask questions on every single one of those that are outstanding, but to have a little bit of content, a couple of lines, just a bit of an update maybe on where they're at, for not only councillors' sake, but certainly for the community who may read the report on a monthly basis or a quarterly basis when it comes out. So, thanks.
Thank you. Just to the CEO.
Yeah, just confirming that we've taken that on board. What we didn't reproduce, they're a bit more internal focused, the comments against those. So we're looking to improve that for the next council meeting so we can have more outwardly focused commentaries on updates there. So certainly we've taken that on board.
Thank you. Anything further, councillors? There being, Councillor Butler.
Yes, I just thank you for that report. I'd just like to draw our attention as more of a comment than a question, perhaps, on page 68. It's talking about the outstanding the Wellington-based solar farms, and I'm glad we're trying to, in one sense, chase some of those things down and to get some funding. But just a point of concern, it talks about that the Suntop solar farm, the new owner is Beijing Energy. And I guess my concern is foreign ownership of critical structures that provide power. And I was wondering if there's, I believe to the CEO, he was sharing how that was under the control of the Foreign Investment Review Board. Thank you, Review Board. And I was wondering, is there a potential way that we could review our concern or raise concerns with the appropriate state significant development body in order to, share our concerns on that particular aspect? Thank you.
To the CEO.
So just noting that was a resolution, and that was goes back some time, as you can see, back in May 24 when that was resolved, and that was when the sale was looking like it would progress. So it's not quite right. So you'll see there that it says for Wellington, not Suntop. Suntop's got Cal Energy. It does have a new owner, and I know Mr. Jennings has started conversations there, and he could potentially, I'll throw to him for an update. But the Wellington Solar Farm, Wellington North Solar Farm, it says there that Lightsource BP and new, and I guess it should say prospective owners, it is still in the, there is no outcome from the Foreign Investment Review Board. And just to be clear, this is recycling capital by a Lightsource BP. So they've got projects that are built. So it's not about the State Significant Development Authority. That has no power. They've been delivered under their planning approval. So the FRIB, the Foreign Investment Review Board, is that gatekeeper on behalf of the Australian government and the broader community. So we certainly have made a submission there. So it was more focused on the fact that these groups, particularly Lightsource BP, on those particular projects, had not delivered a community benefit framework. We'd heard lots, and indeed from the Suntop, the previous owners of Suntop, but they haven't delivered. So it still hasn't been determined in terms of who is owning it beyond Lightsource BP is currently, Lightsource BP is the current owner.
Thank you. Any further debate, councillors? No, we'll go back to the mover. Councillor Wright, was there anything that you wanted to reply to?
No, thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, councillors. I've opened the voting. Please cast your votes. I'll now close the voting. Carried unanimously. The next item is CCL 25/57, Quarterly Report on Complaint Statistics under Council's Code of Conduct, Quarter 2. Can I have someone to move that, please? Councillor Chowdhury, seconded by Councillor Toynton. Thank you. Councillor Chowdhury, would you like to speak to that?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think this is quarterly report showing again this group of councillors doing a good job, and also only one complaint in last quarter. And I'll encourage to the my fellow councillor do the good thing for the community, so we'll not get any complaint or anything. And save community money. Thank you.
Thank you. Anything further, councillors? No. I will put that then. Please cast your votes electronically. I'll now close the voting. Carried unanimously. The next item is CCL 25/58, Report of the Infrastructure Planning and Environment Committee meeting 11 March 2025. Moved by Councillor Butler. Were you here to did you chair that? Yep, you're moving that. Yep, thank you. And seconded by Councillor Chowdhury. Councillor Butler, would you like to speak to that?
No, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Anything further, councillors? Any other debate? There being none, I'll open the electronic voting. Please cast your votes. I'll now close the voting. Carried unanimously. The next item is CCL 25/59, Report of the Culture and Community Committee meeting 11 March 2025. Can I have someone to move by Councillor Chowdhury? Was it seconded by Councillor Wells? Councillor Chowdhury?
I have a 7 accept. Should I
Oh,
read
say,
that? It's the next one.
next one. All right. Nothing there. Anyone else want to speak to that? Any other debate? There being none, I'll put that. I've opened the voting. Please cast your votes. I'll now close the voting. Carried unanimously. The next item is CCL 25/60, Report of the Corporate Services Committee meeting 11 March 2025. Councillor Chowdhury.
Yeah, I move and save and accept item CSC 25/14, which will be dealt with separately.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder for that? Councillor Richardson, thank you. Councillor Chowdhury, would you like to speak to your original motion?
No, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Any other debate, councillors? There being none, we'll put that, which is all of that except that one item. I've opened the electronic voting. Please cast your votes. I'll now close the voting. Carried unanimously. Councillor Chowdhury.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move that CSC 25/14 will be as per the business paper. Only number 3, that minimum 2 councillor representative be determined for each of the council community committee. There will be number 1, the Councillor Ryan, Councillor Butler, and Councillor Ivy, and Councillor Toynton will be the representative for the Wellington Town Committee. The Councillor Chowdhury, Councillor Toynton, Councillor Ryan, Councillor Richardson would be the representative for the Village Committee. The Councillor Wells, Councillor Cowley would be the representative for the Youth Council. The Councillor Ivy, Councillor Black will be representative for the Renewable Energy Zone Benefit Committee. The Councillor Chowdhury, Councillor Wright will be the representative for the Sister City Committee. The Councillor Wright and Councillor Chowdhury would be the representative for the Multicultural Advisory Committee. Number 4, that above representative will serve the council community committee for the duration of the council term. Number 5, that all council committee at their first meeting adopt the terms of reference and code of conduct practice, elect a chairperson from the councillor representative and be presented with an introduction and induction to council community committee meeting operation. And number 6, the clause 3.4 of the Code of Conduct meeting practice within the terms of reference for all council committee be amendment as follow. One of the councillor representative will be elected as chairperson at the first meeting of the committee. Thank you.
Thank you. Seconded by Councillor Ryan. Thank you. Councillor Chowdhury, would you like to speak to that?
No, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Any other debate, councillors? There being none, I'll put that and open the voting. Please cast your votes. I'll now close the voting. Carried unanimously. The next item is CCL 25/61, report of the Audit, Risk and Improvement Committee meeting 17 March 2025. Is that moved by Councillor Ivey, seconded by Councillor Chowdhury. Councillor Ivey, would you like to speak to that?
No, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Any other debate, councillors? There being none, I'll put that. I've opened the electronic voting. Please cast your votes. I'll now close the voting. Carried unanimously. On to notices of motion. CCL 25/62, Australia Day Ceremony 2026, Wellington and Dubbo. Councillor Ivey, would you like to move your motion?
The 2026 Australia Day ceremonies for Wellington and Dubbo be held as follows. 1. Wellington, late afternoon evening on Sunday the 25th of January 2026 in Cameron Park, or in the case of inclement weather at the Wellington Civic Centre. 2. Dubbo, in the morning of Monday the 26th of January 26th in Victoria Park, or in the case of inclement weather in the Dubbo Civic Centre.
Thank you. A seconder? Councillor Ryan, thank you. Councillor Ivey, would you like to speak to your motion?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Look, again, this went ahead. I think it'll be the 4th year that Wellington has had its Australia Day ceremony on the eve of Australia Day. It's been in those years that it has already occurred. It has been well attended and well supported by the local community. In proposing this motion, can I just please make the point again, as I've made many times in speaking on this, I am 100% in favour of Australia Day being the 26th of January. That is an important day in Australia's calendar, but what I think we need to do is to try to make it as inclusive as we can, and by having the ceremony where all local residents can come along and recognise the achievements of some of their fellow citizens at the Australia Day ceremony, the different awards, that people from the whole town can come together to do that, and then on the 26th of January celebrate Australia Day and recognise Australia Day as they wish to do in their own right. I think that's just so very important, and that would, in doing that, it is absolutely consistent with what we do on a national basis. On the eve of Australia Day, we have the Australia Day ceremony in Canberra, where the Australian of the Year, different awardees under those categories are announced, and that is on the 25th, the eve of the 25th. It is a time when we recognise that what Australians have done to make this country even better than it is, and then as part and then to be recognised as part of the 26th of January being Australia Day. I think Wellington's been quite successful over those few years in becoming more inclusive in our Australia Day ceremony. I think those people who have attended have noticed that the whole community has come together, from young people to old people, to Indigenous people, to some of our multicultural people, and it's just becoming a really good community event where the focus is on recognising the benefits of living in this country that we have, and at the same time recognising what a fantastic country it is and how important Australia Day, the 26th of January, is. For those people who say, oh yes, but I really do want to attend an Australia Day ceremony on the 26th, in Wellington there is the opportunity to do that. Maranatha House, which is the aged residential accommodation, has a fantastic Australia Day ceremony on the 26th, and it's open to the public. We get a good turn up there, and so that those that find that they really do want to celebrate Australia Day on the 26th can still do that. So, Mr. Mayor, can I ask my fellow councillors to support this motion? Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Chowdhury.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would like to foreshadow this motion.
Yeah, read it out.
Yep. So I would like to foreshadow this motion that this item will be deferred to the ordinary council meeting in July 2025.
Thank you. Any other debate on Councillor Ivies? We've got Councillor Dickerson, then we'll go around. Yep.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I had my birthday this year on a Sunday.
Could I just call out, just for the live stream, because you changed chairs quite rightly for busy, when you speak, it goes to an empty chair. So if you wanted to move so you can be on camera for the community.
Sure.
Thank you. Sorry about, just to call your attention.
I just felt bad about having my back to the audience when there was so many public forum here. So I ducked around there. Plus I got cosy with Councillor Ryan and Councillor Shouter as well. So it's, I feel like I'm in a public forum now. This is fantastic. So I had my birthday this year, and apologies to those who didn't receive an invite, on a Saturday night this year, but my birthday actually fell on a Sunday. I didn't try and put my age up by a year. I was simply celebrating my birthday when it was convenient to do so. And that's part of what this motion is about. It's convenient to celebrate Australia Day on another day besides the 26th of January for a whole range of reasons. But as Councillor Ivey said, it's not about trying to change the date. That's something we've heard about this before. I think this council made a brave and courageous decision several years ago when it determined that it would hold the Australia Day ceremony in Wellington the night before, and there was some controversy in the community, but I think at the end it was received quite well, and we've continued on for a number of years, and we've done that, and I think quite successfully. I think the community is quite open to it now, much more open than it was certainly in the first year, and that's what you can do when you're a council that can make brave and courageous decisions and go forward and lead the community, not follow the community. And as leaders, we should be leading the community, not following the community. Listening to the community for feedback is important, but we also need to lead the community where we think the community needs to be led. And in this case, taking Australia Day away from the 26th of January has got a whole range of logical reasons. The other part that's interesting is that we hold Australia Day at the moment on the 26th in a whole range of different ways, but if it happens to fall on a Saturday or Sunday, we're quite happy to have the public holiday on, say, the Monday. So this year, the 26th of January happened to fall on a Sunday, but the majority of Australians were very happy on the 27th of January to celebrate a public holiday. But hold on, this is an Australia Day. Why are you possibly holding a public holiday on a day other than Australia Day? So it seems a little bit I don't want to be too harsh on people here. It seems interesting that people will celebrate not an Australia Day, but hold on to the fact that you've got to have the Australia Day ceremony on the 26th of January. I fully support the motion by Councillor Ivey. I think having the ceremony continue on the evening before Australia Day, on the 25th of January, makes sense. And I also support the idea of taking the ceremony back outdoors in Dubbo. We tried it indoors this year, and it's good to try things. It's good to have a go at different things and try different experiments. But I think it just lacked the same vitality. It lacked the same spirit when we had it indoors. We have a wonderful country here that has a beautiful outdoors environment. It does get hot, but even after the ceremony indoors, when people walked outdoors to the car park here, it was very hot out on the bitumen. It would have actually been nicer to be across the road in Victoria Park. So both aspects of the motion I support, holding it on the 25th of January in Wellington, definitely, and taking it back outdoors for our Australia Day ceremony across the road. Thank you.
Councillor Wells.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. No surprise, I am unable to support this motion. As you know, the 26th of January marks mass genocide for Australia, and for me, I'm absolutely in favour of changing the date for those reasons. I'm one of this nation and this community who wants to celebrate all of the new citizenships and the cultural diversity that is brought to this community and to our nation. However, I cannot support celebrating mass genocide for First Nations people. It doesn't sit within me. Happy to support other things, and I'm also I believe that the event in the City Centre this year, or in the centre over there, actually went off quite well, despite it being on the 26th of January. Again, not my preference, but that led to, it was a much cooler area to sit. You could hear things, but I also don't disagree with having it across in the park either. I also want to mention that there are a number of organisations across New South Wales and I think the nation that now support all staff that on if 26th of January falls on a weekday, they support their staff to choose or elect to work on that day. And this is what my workplace does. And if you choose to work on that day, then you can elect another day before June to take a day off to have a public holiday. My workplace does this strongly, and many of our people in our organisation that employs over 10,000 people choose to work on the 26th of January for that reason, in solidarity with First Nations people, because 26th of January marks mass genocide. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor, we'll go around. Councillor Ryan.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chair. Look, I support what Councillor Ivey has just put forward, especially being a proud Wellington Wiradjuri man myself. I feel that Australia Day in the last so many years has been a success, being on the eve. And when I say Australia Day, don't get me wrong, I know that Australia Day is the 26th, and we're not trying to change Australia Day, we're changing the ceremony time of Australia Day. Did I celebrate 26th of January with my family with a day off? I did, but I didn't celebrate it as everyone else would, because everyone's got their own reason. Like I said, I'm a proud Aboriginal man, and I know, hearing what Councillor Wells says, I support that fully. It's not a day that we celebrate. I will say, Councillor Dixon, what he said was spot on. You know, people want to say, oh, we can't do this because it's not the 26th, but you'll soon sit up and have the day off on the 27th or the 28th. So it is a bit hypocritical, is the word that he probably didn't want to say, but I'll say it. You can't have your cake and eat it too. If you want to do that, well, yeah, good luck to you. But I am definitely going to support Councillor Ivey's motion to have the Australia Day ceremony in Wellington on the 25th. And if you are that keen on celebrating Australia Day on the 26th, which is your choice, no one else's, we are part of the Dubbo Regional Council. Dubbo Regional Council also celebrate it on the Sunday or whatever day it falls on the 26th. So you can get in your car and celebrate it on the 26th if you choose to, because it's in your region. That's all, thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Toynton.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. If this motion is defeated, I'd like to put a foreshadowed motion that Australia Day, the Australia Day ceremonies for Dubbo and Wellington both be held on the 26th of January each year, and that the events alternate between morning and evening each year, with the 2026 Wellington event to be held on the 26th of January in the evening and the Dubbo event held in the morning. The people of Wellington, prior to a forced amalgamation by the failures of the previous council to do anything to stop the amalgamation, both of Dubbo and Wellington councils at the time, could have done something and did nothing. The people of Wellington should not be forced into losing what was rightfully their celebrations through the failure of their leaders that were elected at the time.
Thank you. Councillor Cowley.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I endorse entirely what Councillor Ivey, Councillor Dickerson, Councillor Ryan and have said about part A or part one of this motion. I do acknowledge the pain that Australia Day on the 26th causes our colleague Councillor Wells and very many First Nations people. My issue is with part two of this motion, that Dubbo celebrations be held in Victoria Park, or in the case of inclement weather, in the Dubbo Civic Centre. Now, this council voted, based on feedback from the community-based Australia Day Committee and the council events team, to at least give the indoor option a chance. And I think that pulling the pin on it after the first year isn't exactly giving it a chance. I wasn't able to attend the ceremonies this year, unfortunately, but I have certainly asked for feedback from those who did, and it was in the main very positive. I was also privy to the debrief for the Australia Day Committee, at which again the feedback was mostly positive. And I have a copy of it here for anybody who would like to see it in full. I do take small issue with Councillor Dickerson's assertion that we need always to lead the community where we think it should go. I think we should also be very conscious of the fact that we need to listen to the community and the feedback and what they are telling us they want. I think that's part of our mission statement. So yes, there are tweaks to be made. Yes, there are things that certainly didn't work as well as others. But if our Australia Day event is to survive, I think like many other areas of our ever evolving life, we need to embrace change, because change is inevitable, but growth is optional.
Thank you. Anything further on Councillor Ivey's notice of motion, councillors? I'll have my quick say then before we go back to Councillor Ivey. I just find it interesting that Councillor Ivey would bring this now, when knowing that staff bring this in June or July each year. And it's also interesting that Councillor Ivey would bring this with the move back to Victoria Park from indoors at the Civic Centre, when Councillor Ivey, due to going back to ceremony at Maranatha House, was only here for part of the actual ceremony inside at the Civic Centre. So yeah, it was really good inside. There was the air conditioning, people were in comfy seats, the sound and lighting was a lot better. Lots of people gave me that feedback, including one lady who had made a comment on the Facebook page in the days leading up that, oh, this isn't any good, but then came up to me afterwards and said, gee, this was really good. Now, yes, there are improvements that could be made. I'm not wedded to it being indoors or outdoors. That's not a hill I'm going to die on, but the idea came from the community, and I'd be prepared to give it another go with some improvements and learnings that came out of last year. And there were a few of them to do with linking the entertainment to the actual ceremony and the, the citizenship ceremony as well. So that side of things I thought worked all right. And also I liked Councillor Chowdhury's foreshadowed motion, where we get a workshop and we get some feedback from the staff and we talk about how it might work with the indoors outdoors thing for next year, and then decide later in the year whether we want to go that way instead of locking ourselves into the Victoria Park one now. So that's why I'll vote against this motion, and if it gets defeated and Councillor Chowdhury moves his, then I'll vote for that one. Thank you. Now back to the mover, Councillor Ivey.
Councillor Wells' comments. Councillor Wells, we are not celebrating mass genocide. We are celebrating what a fantastic country Australia is. What we are all should be so appreciative of so thankful for we live in this country. We are not looking back 200 years at things that were done wrongly, without a doubt. We are not celebrating that. We are celebrating what is all good about this country. And I'll tell you what, one of the reasons why I'm proposing this motion is that I think it is aiming to stop that sort of talk, because that sort of talk is wrong. That sort of talk is destructive and it's negative. Australia is a fantastic country and we all should celebrate it for different reasons. We should also recognise past wrongs. Absolutely, don't get me wrong. We should recognise past wrongs. And the best way to do that is to maintain the 26th of January, because if I was an Indigenous person, I would want to recognise the 26th of January. I mean, I wouldn't celebrate it. I remember my parents, the day my parents died. I still, I don't celebrate it, but every year when on their anniversary, they died 50 years ago. But I recognise that date. And that's what we should do. We should recognise some sad parts, but we should recognise some good parts. The other comment that I think the Mayor brought up is timing. Why are we doing it now? I've been involved with the Wellington Australia Day Committee for a number of years, and it always gets left till a bit last. We are here in October, and then it's November, and then it's coming up to Christmas. Let's try now to set the dates, and now let's move forward with the plans for Australia Day 2026, and that's why I think it's good if we can to set the date now and move on, start planning for it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillors, I will open the voting, and everyone keep in mind as those two foreshadowed motions from Councillor Chowdhury and Councillor Toynton. Councillors, I will now close the voting. That motion has been lost by 3 votes to 8. We now have Councillor Chowdhury to move his foreshadowed motion.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I moving that CCL 25/62 that Australia Day Ceremony 2026 Wellington and Dubbo, that this item will be deferred to with the ordinary council meeting in July 2025.
Thank you. Is there a seconder for that? Councillor Richardson, thank you. Councillor Chowdhury, would you like to?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. You already explained everything before I talk. but I brought this motion because I think like a later of this business paper, there's another agenda that staff gonna bring whole lot of consultation they will do with the community. So I think we can hear a lot of for against the days, plus as Councillor Cowley has mentioned, we need to listen to the community. So if we need to listen to the community, so let the community decide where will be the best for this ceremony, inside, indoor or outdoor, or which day would be the best. Is 25th in Wellington and 26th. Let the community to decide, and then we can vote for, because it's not all about leadership. It's all about to listen to the community, because this community elected us to work for them. So that's why I bring this motion, and I'll encourage to my fellow councillor to support this motion. Let to see what council bring. The staff will bring that information. Then we can decide onto that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Dickerson.
A question, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Chowdhury has moved to defer the motion. We've just resolved on that motion already. It's more than 3 months away, so we don't need a rescission motion on that. But I just wanted to ask, whether by yourself or to Councillor Chowdhury, whether by deferring, what that would normally mean is that we have the identical motion brought back to council. So is that the intention of Councillor Chowdhury by deferring it, again, which is a bit confusing because we've just resolved it, but by deferring it would mean that that same motion would be brought back. In other words, Wellington the day before, Victoria Park, etc., all the things we just debated then. I'm not sure if that's the exact intent of Councillor Chowdhury's motion.
Just get a ruling from the CEO.
So how I think that would be is you're deferring consideration of the dates and ceremony of Australia Day to the July Ordinary Council meeting.
So just to be pedantic, which you know that I love to do, could we ask Councillor Chowdhury to change it slightly? Because at the moment, he's deferring the item. He's not deferring the consideration of those components of the item.
Yeah, I'm happy to change. Yep.
The seconder, Councillor Richardson, are you happy with that change?
Yes, thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Everyone understand that? Right, thank you. Councillor Ryan?
Yeah, look, I'm happy with that to happen, but saying that, with Councillor Chowdhury saying we have to put it back into the community's hands and the community to vote. With the population status and whatnot of First Nations people in our community, regarding to other things, we're a small minority, and I know not that that's going to be the main way that people will vote, but what I want to say is just because the majority of people vote one way doesn't mean it's the right way. I'm sure if we said to all of our community, rightio, we're going to lower all your rates to $5 per year, everyone's going to vote yes, ain't they? Is that in the best interest of the council or our communities? No, it's not. So I just wanted to say that, and yeah, just to say I did like the first point 1, and I'd like to have seen a motion that had part 2, because I think the real discussion here is really around where the Dubbo ceremony is taking place inside or outside. I think that's the bottom line. You know, we're really debating if it's inside or outside. So I would have liked to seen, you know, number 1 being voted on and then number 2 put into something later. Cheers.
Thank you. Any other debate, councillors, on Councillor Chowdhury's motion? There being none, back to the mover, Councillor Chowdhury. Right a reply.
I'm good, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillors, I will put that motion. I'll open the voting. Please cast your votes. I'll now close the voting. Motion carried 9-2. Next item is CCL 25/63 Childcare Sector in Dubbo Regional Council Local Government Area. Councillor Cowley, would you like to move your motion, please?
I would, thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. We can take the motion as read, can't we?
Yep.
Yep.
A seconder, Councillor Wells, thank you. Councillor Cowley, would you like to speak to your motion?
Yes, indeedy, I would. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's a long time since I've had my own children in childcare or needed childminding services. However, we should all be acutely aware of the growing need, particularly in our changing demographic, for childcare services and family daycare. We've heard horror stories, particularly in this past week, about the not only about the unscrupulous providers rushing into that space and bad faith operators taking advantage of the desperate need, but also how wait times are blowing out to somewhere north of 18 months for childcare. Some 24% of Australians are living in what parenting advocate Georgie Dent, who is no stranger to our regional areas or to Dubbo, calls a childcare desert, and our region is smack bang in the middle of that desert. And it's a gap that we can ill afford to ignore. Just last week, while I was attending an Inland Growth Summit, a lot of the discussions centred around attracting and retaining professionals. And I heard of how one of our neighbouring small towns lost the opportunity for a new GP because there was no access to childcare. And at a time when attracting professionals in the bush has never been more vital, this is a horror story all its own. And I acknowledge that there are concerns within our ranks here about the wisdom and cost of DRC providing services in this space. But I think we also need to be mindful of one of the important things I needed to get my head around when I first came into this chamber. And that is that while it's very important, of course, to balance the books, it's even more important to think of council not as a business, but as a provider of services to the community. So with this motion, what I'm simply seeking to do is to establish what the childcare landscape is across our LGA, where Dubbo Regional Council sits in that landscape, and have that information with a view to perhaps seeing how we might be able to address that gap in services and access to childcare for our growing and changing population. So I humbly ask for your support to have council prepare and table this information.
Thank you. Councillor Wells, then we'll go around.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm happy to support this motion 100%. A mother, grandmother, great-grandmother, we use these services more and more these days, and funnily, recently we've done some advocacy through my workplace around It's More Than Money campaign, that it is more, it's not just about money, it's about access to suitable childcare and daycare services. So it's really important that we have this report to understand, because other people from our community can then access the report, because a lot of people, parents I know, actually do their own analysis of existing services so that they're sending their children to the right centre. And I've also noticed there's quite a few number of centres popping up around Dubbo, which surprises me. So the market is obviously, there's a need. It's just interesting to see. So this report will, I hope, not only help council in understanding what's available, but it'll be there for our parents in our communities. And like Councillor Cowley said, many people trying to come to this community to work don't come because there's no childcare available. And this is what we need to change, because we're trying to bring all types of allied health supports and other expertise to the region. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Dickerson.
Thank you. I'll just stay here because it's only a quick question. Through you, Mr Mayor, if Councillor Cowley would like to answer this. I've had a few people who have talked to me during the week since this came out and said, is this council's first step in selling Rainbow, which is obviously the childcare centre that we own, in other words, getting an overview of the market to then look at putting Rainbow on the market? And I don't think that's the intention of this particular resolution or motion from Councillor Cowley, but I just wanted to ask that in a public forum to go through you to Councillor Cowley.
Councillor Cowley, if you wish to answer.
I'd be more than happy to answer that, and that is an unequivocal, absolutely 100% not on my part. I can't speak for council, other councillors or for the staff, but that's absolutely not the intention of this. I would be horrified if that was anything other than dismissed.
Thank you.
Thanks, Mayor.
Councillor Chowdhury.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I'm definitely supporting Councillor Cowley's notice of motion, because as a young parent, like when I sorry.
That's it.
Sorry. When I my kids, I used to leave them to childcare for the day and the family daycare center. And I was gone to the work, my wife gone to the work, and then peacefully come and collect them. But last few weeks, when we've seen like the horror stories came to the news, it also scared me. And there was a lot of young parents, or a lot of parents, them putting their children in there. So what sort of trust they can do? So I think through this motion we can, and the analysis Councillor Cowley has asked is really helpful for as a service provider for us, and also the community to check the current status in Dubbo and Dubbo LGA, like how we are dealing with this. But I'd like to thank you, Councillor Cowley, bringing this motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Ryan.
Yeah, look, I'll also be supporting Councillor Cowley's motion with this one. I remember when I first put my hand up to run for council, the thing I kept saying was, I want our region to be somewhere people come to for opportunities, not to move away from to gain opportunities. So, yeah, look, that's why I'll be fully supporting this one, and I think it's an awesome one.
Councillor Ivey.
I hear the comments, and Councillor Cowley, I do appreciate your the motion, but I will actually vote against it. I've probably picked up it's very much in the minority, so it's not going to make any difference. But I do wonder, what are we as a council doing investigating what is essentially a private enterprise? You know, we don't investigate whether there are enough service stations in Dubbo, or we don't investigate whether McDonald's should establish a fourth outlet. We don't establish a thing to look at whether or not we should have more mechanic shops in Dubbo. They're all absolute great services that a thriving community needs. Childcare is no different. And in fact, I know personally a couple of the big owners in Dubbo. They are quite capable and they do it all the time. They appraise exactly those questions and they work out whether or not it is worthwhile establishing a new childcare centre. Councillor Wells made the comment that there seem to be quite a few popping up. In Wellington, there's one that had been closed for the last 3 or 4 years, has just opened. You know, we live in a private enterprise environment, rightly or wrongly, but we live in a private enterprise environment where private enterprise is quite capable of making decisions to provide a need. And what are we doing as a council? I don't think we need to get involved in that. I think the industry is capable of working out what our community needs and providing it accordingly. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Richardson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd just like to fully support what Councillor Wells and what Councillor Cowley have said about this motion. I do disagree with what Councillor Ivey has said. The idea of looking at more childcare facilities in this area is to actually be more proactive, to show people that if you come to Dubbo or you come to this LGA, we can offer you more services. Just as an example, I was speaking to a lady last week who lives in West Dubbo but gets in her car every day and drives to South Lakes because that's the only place she can get her child in there, because there's only one childcare facility in West Dubbo. So perhaps that's an option we could look at down the track. I don't know, but I fully support what Councillor Cowley and Councillor Wells have actually said. We should stop saying doctor. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Dickerson.
Another question again, just to stir you up there, Mr. Mayor. It's a good point Councillor Ivey brought up, and I hadn't really thought about it like that, but do we have a cost that this might be incurring upon council to go through and do this report? Some sort of approximate cost?
I obviously don't, so I'll throw to the CEO.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Now, we haven't done an estimate of cost, but certainly Councillor Cowley consulted with the relevant director in terms of this. We do have specialist areas. For example, we are in the sector, Rainbow Cottage and family daycare, which is an alternative childcare provision, affordable and more flexible, arguably, than some of the built infrastructure facilities. I view it as being able to be delivered within our standing resources and staff. It is a report. If I have too many reports to do at the one time, yes, there'll be a constraint, and I will advise councils that way when putting up a notice of motion. But I don't see, whilst I haven't estimated it, we have been consulted during the development of the wording for this, and I'm confident we can do it within existing resources.
Thank you. Councillor Wright.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Actually, I understand the comments from Councillor Ivey, and I probably support some of those comments, except for the fact that we're not in a mechanic business as council as such, and we're certainly not in Macca's, but we are in the childcare industry, and we do play in that space. So the report, from my perspective, will just give us a bit of an understanding on where we sit and probably how important that role may or may not even be for council to continue operating that space. So, I'll support it on that basis. So, yeah.
Thank you. Any other debate, councillors, before I have my say and we go back to the mover? I'll just make some very brief comments. At the new residents' night, I was speaking to the lady who runs the family daycare, and she told me that there was a waiting list of 180 kids looking to get into family daycare, and that was just in Dubbo, I think, not across the LGA. We also do operate in this sector, as the CEO said, with Rainbow Cottage and the family daycare where we help out there. And also with council, with economic development, if we see a shortage in an area, we can go out through the economic development team that we employ to go out and tout for more business, if you would, and actively encourage businesses to start up in Dubbo to alleviate that shortage of childcare places. So given that, I feel that this motion is relevant and I'll vote for it. Thank you. Back to the mover, Councillor Cowley, for a right of reply.
Thank you. Look, I do take what you say, Councillor Ivey, and I agree from a purist economic perspective. But I think Councillors Wright and our Mayor have ably addressed the concerns that I was going to address through you. So thank you. That we rest.
Thank you, councillors. I'll now open the electronic voting on that motion. Please cast your votes. I'll now close the voting. Motion carried 9 votes to 1. The next item is CCL 25/64, improving urban tree canopy. Councillor Cowley, would you like to move your motion, please?
I would, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and could we take it as read, please?
Yes, a seconder, Councillor Wells. Thank you. Councillor Cowley, would you like to speak to your
Yes,
motion?
please, I would, Mr Mayor. Look, I know that this is a very emotive issue for our city and for our region and for our towns and villages. Many of us were very much torn over the issue of the private tree preservation order at the last council meeting in Wellington, and I, myself included. But I was personally somewhat comforted by the fact that there was the ultimate motion included the recommendation or a recommitment to a public education campaign surrounding the improvement and preservation of the urban tree canopy. And I note that an education program has actually been included by previous councils. So this really is an opportunity to ramp up those efforts. I would like to acknowledge the passion with which some of our speakers in the forum, unfortunately most of them have left, but the passion and the expertise and the knowledge in the room this evening was palpable, and thank you for that. But I do think, from my own perspective, how much better it would be to have residents educated in the importance and value of tree preservation and maintenance and planting, rather than have council standing over them with a big stick. Again, I acknowledge the angst this causes in the community, and but it is true that the feedback, formal and anecdotal, indicates that residents were steadfastly opposed to the implementation of this tree preservation order for private property. And we are duty bound to listen to our community. So the other thing is just because these residents, myself included, don't want council dictating to them about their own private space, doesn't mean that they are all chainsaw wielding environmental rapists and vandals pillaging the tree canopy. I think that is a really unfair characterisation and a generalisation, and it's really unhelpful. Because I think from what was said in the forum tonight, I was looking around the room and there's lots of nods, and I think most of the time, and for most of the people who spoke tonight, we are actually on the same page. I spoke at the Wellington meeting about the value of enlisting the expertise and enthusiasm of community groups, just like the ones we had here represented tonight, and in individuals in formulating and promoting an education campaign, and also about the possibility of incentives for residents. So groups like we had represented tonight, Bushcare, Landcare, the Field Nats, the Burrendong Botanic Gardens and Arboretum, and yes, the Dubbo Environment Group, whose passion I acknowledge. These groups really do, along with agencies and individuals, provide a really rich vein of knowledge and expertise and dedication for council to mine. I was talking to the mayor yesterday and he mentioned council tree planting days. So this is something other residents have mentioned to me as well, along with, and there's a list, providing a guide as to which are the best species and working with developers to ensure the most appropriate species are planted, providing incentives for those wishing to plant and care for street trees, noting at the upcoming Dubbo show that the council will be providing residents with free native plant stock, not necessarily trees, but native plant stock, and hopefully information as to how to care for and maintain these plants. More trees in parks. And one of the innovative ideas that was raised was the idea of adopt a park, whereby community groups and individuals volunteer to help care for a particular area. Looking at perhaps areas of urban forest or rewilding projects for some of our lesser used spaces. And this is one of the ones that I feel very passionately about, working with developers to ensure that we are factoring in green spaces and healthy tree canopies for our future, because the planet is warming. And not just the sea of black roofs and black pavements that you see when you come over that hill. Everybody knows which one I'm talking about. So these are some of the practical and positive things that council can do, instead of just poking its nose into people's backyards and further into everybody's lives and actually into their pockets as well. Because most of us and most of those people who who care about the canopy are responsibly caring for the trees in their own backyard. However, before we go charging off and reinventing the wheel, it's really important to establish what actually is being done in the space and what's being considered and what the wheels are that are already in motion. So, for instance, the Street Tree Master Plan and the Street Tree Toolkit are both valuable documents, but doesn't seem to be a great deal of action planning in it. So, and they were developed as far back as 2016 in the case of Dubbo. So it's time for an update there. But with this motion, what I'm seeking to do is get the information that we have to what is actually in motion, what the wheels are in motion, so that we're not reinventing said wheel, so that we have a solid platform from which to move forward, follow up, expand, add to the existing strategy or plan without unnecessarily expending precious time and resources. So to this end, motion is about establishing the existing mechanisms that are in place. So let's make our starting point from there.
Thank you. Councillor Wells, further debate?
Oh, not debate. Just wanting to fully support Councillor Cowley's motion and agree with everything that she has said. So that I know that people were torn about it at last council meeting, and I know that I certainly wasn't. I'm very much in favour of a tree preservation order, even if it's in somebody's backyard, and that's because we really need to be ensuring that we're improving our canopy. But I do have a question. With new properties that because we've got lots of land ready to sell, with the new properties, does council provide trees for the footpaths around those areas? Thank you.
Thank you. We'll throw that to the CEO.
So we don't necessarily provide, but there's development conditions, and under a DCP, I'll throw to Mr. Jennings for that mechanics.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So, yes, as the CEO just said, yes, council does require street trees to be planted in residential subdivisions and also in commercial subdivisions as well, such as places like Blue Ridge. If you go up there at the moment, you'll see that there is a certain number of street trees that do exist. It's one of the key controls that's actually, when you get to the final step of the subdivision process, it won't get signed off unless the street trees are in place in accordance with council's requirements.
Thank you. Is that answer?
I think so. I'm thinking more about residential areas, and look, I built my home in '98, quite some time ago, and from memory, it's too long ago. I thought we were provided couple of trees at that time or it might have been just the direction. Oh, it might have been a covenant actually on exactly what type. I think we had to have flowering ashes for that particular area. Anyway, just sorry, rambling.
We'll throw to the CEO and see if anyone has the corporate knowledge to recall Avian Estate.
That's a no. But there would have been mechanism. It would have been just a different mechanism to achieve what Mr. Jennings described as a way of getting street trees into. I mean, there is some occasions where developers put them in before the builders go in, and the builders do what they do, and they're busy building a house, not necessarily caring for a young tree. But to Mr. Jennings' point, before they get the release of the various paperwork for planning approvals, they'll have to put something back in. So I'd say that was just a different mechanism to achieve the same thing.
Thanks. Councillor Wright next.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Probably getting a little bit off track, but just following on from that question from Councillor Wells, maybe alluding to the fact that if there is a street tree and it has died, or you don't have one out the front of your house in an established area of Dubbo, there's the opportunity to approach council and request a tree. Is that correct?
To the CEO.
Yeah, that's through our normal customer experience. How much we've got allocated to that, there'd be a waiting list, or sometimes they might need to wait to the next planting season. So we have a limited time, which is the best time to plant street trees on those sort of individual requests. So yes, talk to our customer experience. They've got a concern about trees. We've got a well-established way of responding to community requests in that regard.
Thank you. Councillor Ryan.
Yeah, look, I just want to say I support this motion thoroughly. I was absent last council meeting when this came up on the agenda, but I just want to really say I take my hat off to the guys that come and spoke tonight, because it shows the passion, and I sat here nodding my head at everything that you guys said because I agreed with. I spend a lot of time on the river, up and down the river, and I can see the damages and stuff that's happened there and whatnot. But further to that, it proves that as community members, you really do care. You're not just on social media, on Facebook, bagging something out. You're actually taking the time out of your night to come here and state, you know, what you're trying to put forward. So to me, that's full credit to the guys from the public that done that tonight.
Thank you. Councillor Toynton.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll support this motion from Councillor Cowley. Just a couple of information documents that highlight the work that has been going on in the background so far by our staff. One is CCL 24/334, but the other one, which was all emailed around this evening so everyone could get it, would be the Public Spaces Tree Committee PSTC 24/13 of page 4 of that document. It just shows that it was disappointing that we did have a target to plant 659 trees. It was outlined that no one submitted a tender that was able to do that, but council did negotiate with the cheapest tender, and subsequently 118 trees were planted in March 2024 as set out in the table. It would be good to see if we could pick up on that work and really blend this with Councillor Cowley's motion to make sure that this target actually does achieve something for our tree canopy. Thank you.
Thank you. Anything further, councillors? I'll just very quickly say there was really good speeches tonight by the people in the public gallery. We do need to set a target for tree canopy cover, and we need a strategy to achieve that. That'll probably cost a lot of money in subsidised tree planting and also council planting street trees. And myself and the CEO went for a drive around for a few hours last week, I think it was, drove him mad for a couple of hours looking at where we could infill where street trees have died or blown over or been removed and the spots just get tarred over. So that's something that as a council we could look to do, is to replace those plantings first of all. And also it was interesting to look at the difference between Yarrawonga Stage 1 and Yarrawonga Estate Stage 2 along Cobra Street, or Wellington Road at that stage, I suppose, where you can see there was a really good tree planting along the road for the first stage, but then nothing for the second stage. So canopy trees are what makes a difference, not just Photinias or crepe myrtles. So I'll support this motion. Back to the mover of the motion, Councillor Cowley, for right of reply.
Thank you, and thanks for all the input.
Thank you, councillors. I will now open the voting on Councillor Cowley's motion. Please cast your votes. I'll now close the voting. Carried unanimously. The next item is item CCL 25/65, street names Wiradjuri translations. Councillor Dickinson, would you like to move your motion?
So moved.
And seconded by Councillor Chowdhury. Thank you. Councillor Dickinson, would you like to speak to your motion?
I assume this isn't fixed yet, Jaden? Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The concept goes back to probably around 2014 or 2015 when former Councillor Rod Tanny was on council and liked the idea of having some of the street names that had obvious Aboriginal origins, having the name underneath them. Sorry, Councillor Cowley. Having the names underneath them so that it gave people an idea of the meaning of some of those Aboriginal words. And that came to fruition in April 2016. And there was a ceremony that we held that basically unveiled some of those various street name signs. And I think it was a good project. And of course, we were planning back then in 2016 to continue on with that project, to put more street signs up and to identify other names that had an Aboriginal origin. But unfortunately, we had a little thing called the amalgamation on the 12th of May 2016, so only a few weeks after we did that launch. Obviously, it sat there in abeyance. There were more important things to do over the years to bring the two councils together. And it was only a conversation that I had with former Councillor Rod Towney earlier this year that we talked about that particular project. And I thought it would be good to continue that project, to continue the work where we started. So this is all about looking at some of those street signs and names that we've already identified. So some of those streets that we've got in Dubbo that have an obvious Aboriginal origin, and extending potentially some of those street signs so that we've got more street signs with those names on them, but also look to identify, now that we have amalgamated, other names that might be in Dubbo or Wellington or the villages. And I didn't put the villages in my resolution, but that'd be something hopefully the staff will take on board, because I don't know a number of Aboriginal origin street signs in Wellington, but I'm not an expert on Aboriginal origin of names. So maybe some of the names that are down there I don't recognise as being of Aboriginal origin. Some of them look more like colonial origins rather than Aboriginal origins. But in essence, I want to leave that work to our staff to do, to identify some of those, bring back a report that talks about the street sign or street names, potential for street names, and then some costing around street signs for both newly identified streets and also some of the existing streets to extend those. Because I think they're a good tourist attraction, and it gives people something to look at to identify some of the origins we have in our community. So that's all from me. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Wells.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. No surprise, I'm going to support this motion. I'm sure I'm not knocking anybody off their horses for that, but absolutely support this. Dare I say this out loud, that one day I'd love to be able to look at other names of the streets, street names in our communities, and think about changes for those. And I will mention that our main street, Macquarie Street, is named after, I suspect, Governor Macquarie, who sadly led or ordered many, many massacres in his term of office. Hence why I would absolutely support this motion to name more streets in Wiradjuri language.
Thank you. Any other councillors? Councillor Toynton, and we'll go around.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I too will support the motion. Just looking at a report, and this is an old one, WSC 15/97, dated the 14th of October 2015, when the topic of first putting the translations on the signs came about. So I'm just wondering, I said it was, as Councillor Dickinson pointed out, because of the amalgamation, but it'd be interesting to see where this actually went in that time, and hopefully we can move forward with it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Ryan.
Sorry, Council. Look, yeah, I too would support this motion. Just a couple of things, but one for me would be costing, how much this would actually cost to get done, and that would be my main thing, how much the costing would be, because I think we've got bigger issues than street sign names, and I've said that in previous meetings, so I'm not afraid to say that. And also, I know we're on Wiradjuri land and whatnot, but if we're looking at street names, you know, we've got other multicultural people who have done significant things in our communities. Could we possibly look at having something, you know, with those as well?
Thank you. Any other? Councillor Cowley.
Look, just very quickly, I will be supporting this as well. As I've travelled around various other places in the world, the use of native languages and Indigenous languages and first languages is always beautiful. You very rarely can understand them in some of the countries, but given that the death of or the destruction of language is very often the first step in the death of a culture, I love the idea of anything that brings Wiradjuri language back to our streets, and as Councillor Dickinson has pointed out, it can be a tourism bonus as well. I love the idea.
Thank you. Councillor Richardson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's actually more of a question to Councillor Dickinson. So does this motion include Wellington, or is it just Stubbo street names?
It does.
Thank you.
Yep. Yes, it does.
So the resolution says, identify any further appropriate street names in proximity to the Dubbo or Wellington CBD that have Aboriginal origins. So in the resolution it says Wellington specifically. Didn't read it.
Councillor, who was next? Is that it? I'll just very quickly say, I, like Councillor Toynton, also looked through the old resolution, and there was a couple there that didn't get. There was, where are we? Cobra Street, head or skull. We had Cabora Road, ceremonial area, and there was another one that didn't get. Wylandra Street, that's the one. Heap of stones. So there was the Wiradjuri names were found for Wilandra Street and Cabora Road, but weren't included because it says that the proposal focused on the original village street layout of Dubbo in 1849. So we've got 2 there ready to go, and who knows what else we might find. But yeah, I just found it interesting that they knew about those other 2 but didn't use them back then. Back to Councillor Dickerson for right of reply from his position.
Yeah, thank you. So just a couple of points to pick up there. It certainly was an issue where we identified a number. We went for some in the beginning and then said, we've got some ones we can move forward with. But then exactly as Councillor Toynton said, where did it go? I think the amalgamation came along and there was so much focus on the 2 councils being brought together that lots of things that were in train were put to the side. But we're now 9 years later, so we probably can start to look back at those. And definitely, as Councillor Ryan pointed out, the costings are identified in the resolution. So part of it is identify some of those, and Councillor Black and Councillor Toynton are right that we've got some of those already identified, but I'm sure there's some others as well. But we weren't looking at Wellington or the villages back in 2015 either. So there'll be an opportunity to look at some of those other ones and then go forward with costings to come back to council. Thank you.
Thank you, councillors. I will put that. I've opened the voting. Please cast your votes. I'll now close the voting. Motion carried unanimously. Next item is CCL 25/66, homelessness in the Dubbo LGA. Councillor Wright, would you like to move your motion, please?
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Just as per the report as well. Thank you.
Thank you. A seconder, Councillor Cowley. Councillor Wright, would you like to speak to your motion?
Yeah, of course. Thanks, Mr. Mayor. There's a couple of parts to this one. Obviously, there's a little bit in there, but the first one I'll speak to first. The first point, which more talks about the issue of the homeless challenge we're seeing in our community of late, and I know that plenty in the community, and I'm sure plenty of our fellow councillors have seen firsthand some of the instances of homelessness in our LGA, and certainly some of the organisations in Dubbo. We heard from Arana Support Services a little earlier that they're wouldn't say spruiking, I suppose, but certainly reporting that they're seeing the highest instances of homelessness in the LGA since they've started recording that data. So certainly a huge concern. It's much like a lot of things, though, with regards to council. We don't have to be a solution provider, but we can certainly assist with facilitation of solutions. And I think this is what I'm trying to allude to here. I think the opportunity for council to gather a number of those groups. There's many organisations in the city that help in this particular space, like your Mission Australia's and Arana Supports, Uniting, Baptist Care, Headspace. There's so many that sort of assist in this space already. But I think from my perspective, I guess I wanted to try and understand where some of those gaps may be. So try and find those gaps. Maybe find some ways council can assist in filling those gaps, and also even considering some lobbying opportunities that may arise, and not necessarily being a solution provider, but seeing what we can do to assist where we can. The second part of that is oh, sorry, I'll go back a step. Obviously, the community safety and crime prevention strategy is a really important document which we're going to vote on in a little while. And I think the topic of homelessness does come hand in hand with that community safety aspect. So I think that just falls off the back of that as well. The second part of that is that discussion about the youth foyer. Actually, I'll read it out. It's probably easier for me to read that straight out. Many people may not have heard of the youth foyer, but they are foyers integrated. They're integrated learning and accommodation settings for young people, typically aged 16 to 24, who are at risk of or experiencing homelessness. And many the homeless people we see around are relatively young. They're in their sort of 20s and 30s, and I think the opportunity then with that youth foyer is to try and capture them when they're a little bit younger and avoid that cycle that they'll get into, and whether that's through family violence or whether it's mental health issues or whether it's just any other form of physical violence or gang issues, trying to get them out of that environment and into somewhere safe for a period of time, and get them on I suppose a straighter path, and they can become better citizens hopefully after spending a couple of years in a youth foyer. So again, I know there's been a lot of lobbying around this youth foyer to have one in Dubbo and in this region. So this second part of that motion is purely about a lobbying strategy, just to make sure the voices are heard, and we see it as a really important part again of addressing not only current homelessness and some of those youth crime issues maybe, but also future homelessness, and we're removing those potential future homeless people by addressing an issue with youth now. And I think it also falls in line with our youth action plan as well, which is currently out for public exhibition as well at the moment. So so I think a number of those things align. I think it's obviously a very important thing for us to discuss, and hopefully I'll get a bit of support from our councillors to get this one over the line. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Cowley.
I like Councillor Wright, share a deep passion for the issue of homelessness. I know that and look, can I just say at the outset, for the many years that I've known Councillor Wright, both in a personal and professional capacity, I've seen him put his money and his time and his heart where his mouth is when it comes to this issue of homelessness and supporting some of our society's most vulnerable and troubled souls. And he does so without having to have a camera or social media around. So I thank him for this motion. I also acknowledge that homelessness and the social and economic impact it can have is an issue for in the wider community, and it's a challenge for us all. And I know some of our business owners in the CBD are particularly impacted, and they have raised those issues with all of us, I guess. But I've shared in those conversations with Councillor Wright. And concerns have been raised about the safety of residents going about their work, rest and play in our community, in the main streets and particularly along the riverbank. And look, we all feel that frustration, and we understand that benevolence and compassion too has its breaking point. But I would urge compassion when we're discussing the plight of those who are homeless, particularly given that mental ill health is very often a significant contributing factor. Having been for some 40 years, having had the responsibility of the care of somebody with a significant and lifelong mental illness, I know what the challenges are. And had my family and I not had the resources to care for my loved one, my brother would have been among those homeless statistics, though, or worse. So when I hear people say, just move them out, move them out, my heart cracks a little bit, because I get it, I really do. And I particularly understand the fear, real or imagined, that women in particular feel for their personal safety in areas around the river and the CBD. But in order to address the situation, we have to have the wraparound services and the infrastructure in place. Because otherwise we are just moving the problem and we are not caring for those who really deserve our care. We are at the top of the food chain. And look, I note that further on in tonight's agenda, we're discussing the Community Safety and Crime Prevention Plan, and included in that report is some feedback on what the community told us, with one of the comments that really resonated with me being that the community expects the plan to, and I quote, advocate on behalf of vulnerable people and collaborate with service providers to assist in finding solutions. And this resonates so deeply. As a society is judged by the way it treats its most vulnerable citizens, and we as a community and as elected representatives have the responsibility to keep that humanity in sight at all times. So I congratulate Councillor Wright on the motion, and I really, from the bottom of my heart, urge for some compassion and humanity and support for the motion.
Thank you. Councillor Wells.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I too will be supporting this motion 100%, and that's probably no surprise to others either. For me, it's about a couple of things, and the Community Safety Crime Action Prevention Reference Group is really important. But when we talk about homelessness in specific, it's not just people that are homeless, it's people that are at risk of being homeless or couch service. So young kids that are generally going from house to house, sleeping on someone's couch because they don't have a home to sleep in. I'm really glad that we heard from public forum earlier tonight about the need for the Foyer Foundation, and as a person who works in an organisation that has a Foyer Foundation, it's at Chippendale, based in Sydney, the opportunities that they give to those 50 young people that live in that centre is health, employment and education, and that's about supporting kids out. The one that I'm talking to specifically is aimed at kids coming out of out of home care, being in foster care, whereas one here I much prefer to see something that was open to the wider community. It's really important to support our young people who may be in their own home, but they may be in an unsafe place. So if they're leaving their home and voting with their feet because they need safety and they're homeless, I absolutely support the need for us to have Foyer Foundation type accommodation in this area, and to see that that young people can get access to better employment, better education and better health services. It's just a no-brainer for me. Thank you.
Thank you. Further debate, councillors? I'll just quickly say something then. I know that the Marana Support Service has been lobbying for this for a long time now, and we really do need it for Dubbo. You'd think 40 spots would fill up very, very quickly. Kids need a space where they can go and be safe. Often the family home is one of the least safe places for them. That's why they end up wandering the streets and in all sorts of trouble. So anything that could be done with that would be good. And also, I'd like to just draw attention, someone said it before, I think, the lack of public psychiatrists and psychologists and the access to that and the mental health and the people that then get into homelessness and substance abuse and addiction is a lot of the problem. But anything we can do to break that cycle. And I did see a media release today, I think it was, about a new bus that's been funded for Dubbo to pick up kids aged 12 to 18. I think it might have been for 5 years or something like that, the funding. So I'll get some more information on that, but I'm not sure where they're going to take these kids once they pick them up. That goes back to the problem. That's my little bit. Back to the mover of the motion for right of reply, Councillor Wright.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. All good. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillors, I've opened the voting. Please cast your votes. I'll now close the voting. Motion carried unanimously. The next item is CCL 25/67, audit of trees within the LGA. Councillor Butler is going to move an alternative motion, I believe.
Thank you, Mayor Black. Alternative motion that the results of previous audits of council's urban street trees and the street tree master plans be provided to councillors as part of their consideration of the draft 2025-26 operational plan and associated budget. 2, that the costings be developed for street trees and park tree activities to be considered as part of the draft 25-26 to 28-29 4-year budget. Services to be costed are A, replacement street tree planting 4-year program to address gaps identified in previous audits. B, maintenance program for newly planted trees included education of adjacent properties as to the benefit of street tree canopy cover. C, introduction of a community tree planting project to be held 4 times per annum over 4 years.
Thank you. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Chowdhury was first. Thank you. Councillor Butler, would you like to speak to your motion?
Yes, certainly. Thank you. So, I didn't include it in this alternative motion, but I was targeting 5,000 trees to plant. So obviously that has to be subject to budget constraints. But I think we are all well aware of the importance of tree canopy and the importance of tree planting and preservation in that sense. And so I'd just like to promote this to the council, that they would indeed get behind something like this. At this point in time, this is just a preliminary motion. There's been no amounts or targets decided. However, I think the more generous, the better would be great. I just thank you to the people who spoke from the forum, to public forum today, and they did very well. I felt they were very ably presented the views. So yes, I liked Mr. Duggan spoke very well, and he talked about the majority of councils having tree preservation orders, and that is a fair point. And we could learn from those people for sure. I thank Margaret too for her contribution as well, and definitely I thought it was probably the best presented and articulated and supported forum person today. That was really good. It was very good report indeed. I think too, just I think Mr. Duggan did well. He put the point that perhaps as a tree remover, I perhaps am not the best person to speak to this. Perhaps I can say there was no conflict of interest when I did present this. There was no way that I would gain from this or anything like. There was no trees that I was lined up to do or to get paid for. So, but I can see how somebody could perhaps interpret that, and I get that. So I thank Mr. Duggan for bringing that up, and perhaps I maybe should recede into the background to some degree and let someone else take up the cause if that is a true perception. I'd hate to think that I was speaking under conflict of interest, so please forgive me. There was never any personal benefit or any possible benefit from that happening. It was just truly talking about trees and the importance of trees. I made the point too in my previous speech that a tree preservation order or how would you call it, a not wanting to endorse a tree preservation order doesn't mean in any way that I'm anti-tree. And I hope this this motion here to which is I hope to target at 1.5 thousand trees if the budget will allow, shows that I'm not anti-tree in any way or shape or form. There was another speaker brought up a point saying that she felt people who didn't vote for tree preservation orders or that sort of thing was somewhat selfish. I did address that in my previous speech, where I just said it's not about selfishness, it's about trusting people to make responsible decisions on their own. And that was the key point. And I still stand by the fact that I really am concerned and wary of government overreach, and that we are very much regulated as a people. If you ever travel overseas, you'll see what I mean. We very often, every little piece of our society seems to have some regulation somewhere, and I'm not a fan of increasing that. So just because someone doesn't support a tree preservation order doesn't mean that they're necessarily anti-green or anti-tree. Councillor Cowley brought up some wonderful points. There's education, there's free trees to owners, there's adopt a park, rewilding, green spaces, all these ways to increase trees without resorting to government intervention. And I think that a false dichotomy gets created when somebody says, oh, I'm not for a tree preservation order, therefore you must be anti-environment. And I think that's actually a false dichotomy. It's not the case. I would also question too whether a tree preservation order would actually be effective. We would have to estimate how many trees would actually be saved by this. I liked Councillor Cowley's mention there about the chainsaw wielders. So I don't think that we're all like that. So yes, thank you for listening, and I hope that you'll support me in this tree the tree planting initiative. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further debate, councillors?
Yeah, I'll say something.
Councillor Wright.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, look, I'm happy to support this. Obviously, we've got our operational plan and budget coming up for review sometime over the next month or so, and there'll be plenty of things that we need to consider, I suppose, as a part of that. It's obviously a big document and a huge responsibility for councillors to take part in. And look, obviously, street tree planting and the associated activities will obviously form a part of that. They're a topic that's certainly discussed and heavily debated every year, so so I'm happy to support that as something to consider when we get to that particular point.
Thank you. Anything further, councillors? Councillor Wright again. Question?
I was going to say, we haven't turned the air conditioner off, thank you.
Oh. second statement. Look, councillors, before we go back to the mover, I'll just very quickly say, yes, I'll support this. We do need to look as part of this at a tree canopy target at some stage, and I think we'll have to also do that through DCPs, the development control plans, and have a serious think about how we're going to achieve what we want to achieve, I believe. Back to the mover for a right of reply to anything there.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, I'd just like to just add a little bit more. I hope you don't mind.
Oh, you can't do that. It can only be to what was said in the debate.
Oh, okay. I think we're on board. All right. Well, thank you. I think we're all on board. So I'll thank you for your time.
So. Thank you, councillors. I'll now open the voting. Please cast your votes. I'll now close the voting. Carried 10 votes to 1. The next motion is CCL 25/68, fluoridation of Dubbo drinking water supply. Councillor Dickinson, would you like to move your motion?
So moved.
And a seconder? Councillor Wright, thank you. Councillor Dickinson, would you like to speak to your motion?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Obviously, this is a rescission motion, so this was a resolution that went through at the last council meeting, and obviously I spoke against it at that particular meeting, and I had concerns about it. And I thought about it more that night, and actually spoke to a few residents that night, and then thought about it a bit more the next day. And in the end, I made what I think is a significant decision to go forward with a rescission motion, because it just sat so uncomfortably with me that we're going down this path. Now, we did talk about it last month, that the Fluoridation of Public Water Supplies Act 1957, number 58, dictates that once you've introduced fluoride, there is a significantly lengthy and difficult process to actually have fluoride removed from the water supply. At this stage, with this particular government, going back from 1957 when that act was introduced, there has been no example of any community, any council, any public water that had fluoride introduced actually being then removed or being given permission for that to be removed from the water supply. Of course, there have been examples where there's been a failure in equipment and then fluoride may not be in the water temporarily, but no examples where the state government has given permission for any public water supply to actually have fluoride removed from the water supply. There's a process to go through. The minister does have the ability to do it. We do not have unilaterally the permission to remove fluoride from our water supplies in this local government area, the areas that already have fluoride being put into the water supply. I know the resolution that went through was just asking for a report, and I think in public forum we heard quite a good statement there that sometimes people that have got a certain conspiracy concept, I won't say conspiracy theory, I'll say conspiracy hypothesis, that they've got a concept to go down. Sometimes they'll ask for this to be phrased as just asking some questions, but it's a way to softly introduce a conspiracy hypothesis into the community. There's a few issues here that I have in particular, Mr. Mayor. The cost is one that sits very uncomfortably with me. If we go forward knowing that it is incredibly unlikely that we will be able to take fluoride out of our water, the New South Wales Health has a policy of having fluoride in the water, so the likelihood of New South Wales Health recommending to the minister to remove water from fluoride in Dubbo is extremely low. Then the likelihood of the minister saying, I'm going to recommend removing it, despite the fact that it's a New South Wales government policy, again, extremely unlikely. But we've still asked, after all that, for a report. Now, I would estimate, I don't have any data in front of me, but I would estimate that there would probably be at least $40,000 in costs to this council, to the New South Wales government, because we'll have to engage them in that process of getting that information. And then I start to think about the priority to this council, the things that this council has got to do. And is it really sensible for us as a group of councillors to ask for $40,000 of public money to be spent? And maybe more than that when you start to bring...
Point of order.
Councillor Toynton.
I'd like to know where Councillor Dickinson gets that figure of $40,000.
There is no point of order there.
Thank you,
Councillor
Mr. Mayor.
Dickinson, continue.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I would say that, as I said before, an estimation of $40,000 I would think in our council costs and in terms of New South Wales government costs, but there'd be other organisations that we would have to bring into this. There might be, say, for example, a dental association. So there would be significant costs to the public purse. And really, is that what this council should be doing? Should we be incurring significant costs when we know the likelihood of removing fluoride from our water is extremely low. If we are worried about the science not being accurate, if we're worried about the fact that all the science out there points to fluoridation at the levels that we talked about last month, at approximately 1 milligram, if we're worried about the science not being comprehensive there, then really is that our job, and the cost to our ratepayers, is that their job to actually go out and try and refute what is comprehensive science out there to show that fluoridation of public water supplies is good for public health. The low socioeconomic parts of our society are the ones most impacted by the lack of fluoridation. And that's what worries me in our community. There are people in our community that come from a range of backgrounds and a range of economic health in their family, and those that are least able to afford the public care going forward are the ones that will be most impacted by this. So on the back of all that, I did actually make the decision to bring this rescission motion forward. And if this rescission motion is successful, what I would then like to do, Mr. Mayor, is bring forward a foreshadowed motion, but effectively bring forward a motion that says we ask New South Wales Health to give us a presentation on the fluoridation of water and the impacts on public health. So in other words, rather than go through this whole process at our costs and some cost to the New South Wales government, let them come along and just report to us what they already know. So that still satisfies some councillors in getting some of the information they want from a respected authority without incurring significant cost to this council and significant cost to the state government. I thank you for your time, councillors.
Thank you. Any other speakers? Councillor Toynton.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is not a conspiracy theory about fluoride. I have not made anything to suggest that I want it added or taken out. We're using this opportunity where there is equipment failure at the John Gilbert water treatment plant. This is an opportunity to say, all right, are we building the equipment as to what is needed? Is our dosage system going to be more, less? Are we going to make the most efficient use of it? I imagine fluoride is expensive. But to the original motion, which was CCL 2532, which I have a copy here, the first point was original rationale. Well, that costs nothing. Documented health risks, whatever's available that we can find. Emails, phone calls, cost nothing. How fluoride's absorbed by the human body, any scientist can tell you that. Which councils or water authorities don't fluoride? That's, again, it's a question of chuck it into the internet, see what's available. Have any removed it? Possibly, possibly not. But again, that's a quick Google search of that. If informed consent is necessary for the introduction, if so, how is it achieved? And if not, why not? I don't see how that's going to cost anything. And item G, please advise any statistics, if available, of truth to case. So if there is no information available, then so be it. The item doesn't need to be satisfied. I know Councillor Dickerson said that this could cost a great deal of money. Okay, $40,000 is an estimate. So is, what, a couple of phone calls, it could be as low as $10. So I'd fail to see why we need to redebate this issue when it was resolved at the last council meeting that all we're asking for is a report. We as a water supply authority need to be able to say to our customers, essentially, we are selling a product which is water, we meter it, we charge it. We need to make sure that that product that we're selling meets all the approvals for our health requirements, the same as in our standing committee meetings a fortnight ago. The quality of the drinking water. The general public has a right to know what they're putting in their body. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Chowdhury was next.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll be fully supportive of this rescission motion, and I fully agree with Councillor Toynton. If everything on the Google, you can find the information, then why you putting this previous motion to through the council? So through you, Mr. Mayor, I would like to check something through you, if staff can. So, when that motion been passed last council, is any work been done yet? Thank you.
To the CEO.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yes, firstly, there is no stop on work, but obviously it depends how fast you go, given there was a rescission motion. But I'll throw to Mr. Ryan, who had that responsibility based on the past resolution.
Thank you. And through you, Mr. Mayor, short answer to that is yes, we did commence work because that was the instruction from council. The work that's been undertaken to date is working through our records to look at to try and find the rationale. So that was very specific about what we need to do in terms of that instruction. I've also reached out and had discussions with New South Wales Health, who are also going to be undertaking research to get answers to these questions. I've also spoken to a member of the Australian Dental Association to try and get some information, particularly around the tooth decay question with the ceasing of the fluoride. I don't think I'm going to have much joy there in terms of a study or facts, but it's merely going to be anecdotal. So there has been work undertaken and things are in train to address the questions in the previous notice of motion. Must say, for the last week, I've put the brakes on, waiting for this to happen, redirecting myself to different priorities. But certainly after tonight, I'll then have another clear understanding of where we're going. Just remembering that we've got the May council meeting as the deadline to have this information provided if it continues on as is.
Thank you. Councillor Cowley, we'll work around.
Look, I like some of you, we didn't have the electronic voting at Wellington last time when we voted on this, and I was actually going like that at the end of the meeting because I was really in two minds. And I'm still in two minds. At the time I spoke against the philosophy of the motion, actually more accurately the implied or inferred opposition to fluoride that was contained in that original motion, because after all, most of us can speak here to this motion through a mouth full of teeth that have had the benefit of a lifetime of fluoride. So, however, in the interests of debate, and I love me a good debate, and also in the interests of getting credible, peer-reviewed, good science and information on the table, I voted for the motion. Now, I don't know what the voter equivalent of buyer's remorse is, but I felt it immediately. So the opportunity with this rescission motion to backflip without doing myself serious injury other than to an ego was quite attractive. But I would like to ask through you, Mr. CEO, of Mr. Ryan, is there value in putting this science, the information and the correct information, and there's a value judgment inherent in that, I understand that, on the table for our residents and in the interests of public comfort and confidence that what we're doing is the right thing, given that obviously it is in our remit, the mechanics of the delivery of fluoride, but we don't control the regulation.
To the CEO.
Mr. Ryan.
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Mayor. Basically, how I'm viewing this report, it's not going to be my opinion, just to be very clear on that. So this is about gathering, as I see this notice of motion, it's about gathering information and providing it to the public through the council papers. I did a Google search, fluoride drinking water, and you get about 28 or 23 million hits. I'm not going to be reviewing 28 million hits. So I've really got to bring it back to how we governed, what have we got that actually controls that, and the information that sits behind that. Now, certainly part of that notice of motion is about the benefits and the risks associated with fluoride, and I'll be giving you exactly that. That's certainly the benefits and the risks that are associated. There are documented, or there are documents and papers about that. Even with the New South Wales Health and the Australian government, there's certainly notation about fluoride benefits and health in their documentation. So it's not something that's hidden or kept away from the public. There's certainly, when you look at, for example, dental fluorosis, and the numbers that I've been seeing in the literature is that when you're dosing at above 1.5 milligrams per litre, that is a chance of occurring. Same with skeletal fluorosis, and that's looking at 4 milligrams per litre. Just really want to point out, there's a comment made about the dosing. We're certainly not looking to change what we're doing in terms of dosing. We dose at 1 milligram per litre as a final output. So we actually have natural fluoride in the water at the moment as well. So it's dosing up to that 1 milligrams per litre. The Code of Practice recommends the 1 milligrams, and it also recommends that you have a 5% accuracy. So you can go to 0.95 or 1.05. That's certainly well below what I've seen so far, and I will say so far, in terms of numbers for dental fluorosis, which seems to be the lowest number that can have an effect on humans. The idea, how I see this, is providing what we know in terms of information. Certainly I would have some background in there on how fluoride was introduced to the water supply in Dubbo, just to have that context, and then go through and answer the questions. But it's, as I said, it's not going to be an opinion. It's going to be probably a resource list for people to go and do their own research in terms of having probably a reference section. It's going to look a bit different to a normal council paper, so that people can go and do their own research as well. So it's certainly not going to be something that we're saying this is it. There's certainly avenues for people to go and find their own information as well.
So, sorry, may I just
Yes, again. Yep.
Supplementary question. A clarification. So the work is already in train. Would the Councillor Dickinson's suggestion of a presentation from New South Wales Health, is that a valid alternative? And I guess also to everybody's concerned about the cost of this. So it's already in train. What's the cost, and would a presentation from New South Wales Health achieve the same outcome?
To the CEO.
Yep, Mr. Ryan.
Yep. Thank you, and through you, Mr. Mayor. The answer to, is it in train? Yes. So I've started, because that was the instruction provided by council, given that there was 3 months to collate what I see as a fair bit of information, particularly around the second part of that, about the health risks and the health benefits. So I've already reached out to New South Wales Health, particularly to get the information around what councils aren't providing fluoride at the moment. So I found an old document, 2015, and there was 19 councils in New South Wales that won't. That's 10 years ago, so that's obviously going to have changed. And also getting their input in terms of, have there been any councils that have, or local water utilities that have removed the need for fluoride dosing in the water supply. So yes, that has started. I've reached out to a member of the Australian Dental Association, as I said before, to look at the local impact. I don't think I'll get much joy in terms of studies or information around that, only anecdotal information. The cost, so I've basically run through some numbers to work out what it would cost Dubbo Regional Council to do this. So it's staff time, and that's around that $13,000 to $15,000, I think, in terms of allocating time to do that. And I would assume that, and I haven't had any confirmation from New South Wales Health on the time that it would take them, but it's not just a local issue. So this will be a statewide search for information. And I reckon, and it is just pulling a number out, about $25,000 for the work that I think they need to do to actually come back with the answers. So it is ballparky. I would say it is around that $35,000 to $40,000, and that is staff time on both parts. I'm just trying to remember the third question. Presentation.
Would
yes,
a
thank you.
presentation from New South Wales
Yep.
Health do the same thing? And also, if you're talking about $12,000 to $13,000 for the work that you and your team do, would that suffice, or do we then need to expend the money getting information from New South Wales Health? Like, I'm struggling to understand where you're getting to 40 grand.
Can CEO.
Yeah, so what Mr. Ryan has described is internal costs, which is the staff time there, but then he had an estimate based on, I guess, using equivalent staff rates, or what public health would need to do to pull that together internally. So it's not necessarily consultants, it's an estimate about the overall cost to pull this together, both with local government and the state government. Fair to say?
Yeah, that's exactly it. Thank you, Mr. CEO. Yeah, So just to really clarify that, it's $13,000 to $15,000 of DRC, Dubbo Regional Council staff time to compile, because the report's got to get written, and also basically the research we've got to do to actually put the information in front of the councillors. And then I've just extrapolated what I think New South Wales Health might need to do to get the information that's also been requested within the notice of motion. In terms of New South Wales Health providing a presentation to council, I can certainly reach out and ask for that.
Back to the CEO for a minute.
So just to that fundamental question, as you've heard, we'd be reaching out for Public Health New South Wales for information. So that would cut to the quick if they were able to pull that together for a presentation. That's where that benefit would be. So we could let that go for a presentation.
Is that Councillor Cowley? Further?
Sorry, not the brightest light in the harbour sometimes. So, Councillor Dickerson, through you, see it. Councillor Dickerson was saying that if this motion is successful, then he would be calling for New South Wales Health to do a presentation. For a presentation to us with the information. Is that correct? Am I right?
Councillor Dickerson.
Yeah, so thank you, Mr. Mayor. So that was my concept, Councillor Cowley, that if we have this successful motion, that means that the motion from last month is off the books. But then to satisfy some councillors who are worried about that, I thought a presentation by New South Wales Health won't require the extensive research, and basically a research paper is what Mr. Ryan was talking about there, including all the references, including all the information from New South Wales Health. But I'm sure they could come along and give us a verbal presentation to give us the information that we're after, which I think would satisfy the majority of what councillors were talking about from the debate last month. Yep. Again, I've been thinking about this for the last month, and that was kind of the logic of going down that path. There's a $40,000 saving there based on, or $38,000. So I was wrong, Councillor Toynton, maybe $38,000, not $40,000 in terms of the cost to the community, because I'm sure New South Wales Health could do a presentation to us verbally with minimal preparation and could come along and talk about this in tomorrow.
Councillor Cowley, that answer that?
I think so.
Thank you. Councillor Butler.
Oh, thank you. Yes, so thanks again, everyone. That's some good suggestions being bandied around, which is why debate's always good. I'd like to just say that this motion for rescission is actually unfortunate in a few ways. It's actually falsely based. So it actually says here that it's the first step towards removal of fluoride, which of course is not the case at all, as Councillor Toynton would say. So I just think that's actually, this rescission motion is based on a falsehood already. I'd also like to say that the second reason it was saying was because the councillors weren't all there. And I would like to point out that as a 6-4 decision, even if the 11th councillor had been there, it would still have been passed. So that is actually false as well. I'd also like to mention too that people have said to me in the past that even if a council decision doesn't go their way, that as a integrous councillor, that they would still support it because it was a council decision. The cost, I think, is worth it in the sense of community health. I mean, how do you put a cost on that? And the other thing I think that's very important is, should this go pear-shaped, and as I certainly believe that fluoridation will be shown to be dangerous and toxic, that the class actions that result could actually come back on us. Now, I don't think anybody wants that to be found on the wrong side of history. So I put it to you that the legal costs of defending a simple motion to ask for more information when the inquiries come up as to, well, is this a possibility, and we didn't look into it, that would be a greater cost than any $13,000 DRC time. And I think that needs to be borne very carefully. And this has happened in the past when people have defended things, how would you call it, maybe with will and good intentions, but it's still come back down on them in a very bad way. I'd also like to say this whole thing about conspiracy theories, I just want to just really come against that right now. People say, oh, conspiracy theory, so therefore, this is a technique to shut down, or how would you say it? Putting a question about fluoride is to somehow sneak into conspiracy theory. I just want to put that to bed at the moment, because what's happening is when people talk about conspiracy theories, they're actually shutting down robust debate. That's what they're doing. And this has happened over the last number of years. And we saw that all over the COVID thing. If you dared suggest that a vaccine was bad for you, and that has been borne out now by study after study that you only have to read if you so desire, and they said anyone that spoke against it, there must be conspiracy theorists, and therefore it's wrong. No, I want to put that to bed right now. It's actually a very valid point. Now, just to recap, the good judge in America that presided over the 7-year court battle that was occurring over this fluoride issue in America, after 7 years came down and said that 0.7 milligrams was an unreasonable risk. That was his legal opinion based on 7 years of evidence. So this is not a conspiracy theory. This is actually based on evidence. The Florida Surgeon General has actually recommended against fluoridating in his state of Florida. So I just really, it just gets my goat when that sort of thing people start trying to shut down debate by saying it's conspiracy theory. It's not. There's actually real people with real science and real legal ramifications for people who are going to then, you know, just throw this off and just say, oh, defend it because of an appeal to authority. That's what I call it. They say, oh, it must be the case. This has happened for decades, and so it must be good. No, not necessarily. Well, there's been medical stuff in the past that has come back to bite people because they defended it. So, and look, there's a report that's come out of Manchester University apparently about water fluoridation questions and answers. Well, okay, I haven't read it, that's true. But I want to say, have those people read all this information that I'm talking about? Have they read about the new evidence that's come to matter? And I don't think so. Most of the time I've talked to people like that, they've never even looked at the alternative evidence because in their mind, they're saying an appeal to authority, the doctor said so, it must be true. Well, no, it may not be true. And so this report, I commend it because we want the evidence. If fluoridation is a good thing, great. Let's do it. Get the evidence. Show that it, you know, does tooth decay somehow. I don't know that it does. And certainly in America, where this has been really bandied out, they've found the cost benefit is not there. The small benefit to a few people who might have tooth decay, let me put it that way, has far outweighed the potential downside, which is loss of IQ and the damage to the skeleton, as mentioned to there by Mr. Ryan. So it's not worth it. It really isn't. So look, whatever the case, whatever your side is, I think the best way to go forward, let's look at the evidence. I thank Mr. Ryan in advance for doing what he's doing. And I think this whole rescission motion is setting a very dangerous precedent because what if I disagree with somebody's motion? Am I going to come back the next day and go, no, I'm going to rescind on that? I think we need to stand by a word and say that if the council makes a decision, that even though we didn't agree, we back it because it was a council decision. So thank you for listening. And I just pray you really carefully consider these things.
Thank you. Any other speakers? Councillor Wright.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. And thanks for your passion there, Councillor Butler, as well. And I look at there's a couple of different sides to it. Obviously, I'm happy to support this this rescission motion. And look, this we talk about it without through fear of getting off track here with regards to COVID. Obviously, over a very short window, we're talking about fluoride that's been in the drinking water in Australia here for around 50 or 60 years, and certainly some scientific evidence, a lot of scientific evidence that suggests, especially in those smaller regional communities, a lot of our Indigenous communities that have benefited highly from dental care as a result of fluoride added to the water, and I suppose the issue I've got here is that, Councillor Butler sort of suggests there's a lot of evidence available. Obviously, even Councillor Toynton suggests just Google some stuff. I mean, we can Google stuff, and I don't think Googling is going to give us the integrity and the information we really want here. But we can run through and we can provide this report, and we can provide all the evidence we like, but that evidence can be equally disputed or discredited by information that somebody else wants to find and believe in as well. So I'm not sure that even providing a report is going to provide the answers that Councillor Toynton might be looking for in this motion that he's proposed. So it's a long bow to draw, I think, to suggest that there's some, potential legal implications, especially when the Dubbo Regional Council, as a water utility, is instructed by New South Wales Health to do that. So that instruction comes well above Dubbo Regional Council, and there's plenty of legitimate evidence to suggest that the kinds of dosage recommended by New South Wales Health that doesn't cause health issues, and it is more beneficial than detrimental. So obviously, I'm happy to support the rescission motion at this one, and whichever way it goes, we'll agree to disagree. So, thank you.
Thank you. Any further debate, councillors? Councillor Richardson.
Sorry. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So initially I voted in support of Councillor Toynton's motion because I do support that we need to find out some more information about fluoride in our water. However, when Councillor Dickinson has brought forward the cost that it would cost the ratepayers of this LGA to find that out, because we were all voted on honesty, trying to save money, rates rubbish, I will support Councillor Dickinson's rescission motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Anything further? I'll just quickly have a few words. Look, I'll be voting against the rescission motion because we are the water provider as council, and I'd be happy to get an unbiased report from the staff looking at the health and medical and scientific evidence so that the public can't say what's council hiding. So we know that Mr. Ryan has been working on this because unfortunately there was a bit of an error there in the thinking that putting in a rescission motion before staff start working on a motion stops the process. It doesn't. It simply doesn't. That was incorrect. So that's why the staff have been actually working on this, and to save wasting the part of the council money that has already been spent, I'll allow the council staff to finish their unbiased work. So that's something for people to keep in mind next time someone wants to move a rescission motion, is that just putting it in before staff start working on it doesn't stop the process. Some of the assertions in Councillor Dickinson, Ivey and Wright's rescission motion, specifically to do with the motion part that was produced, relating to the first step towards the possible removal of fluoride. I don't see it as that at all. I just see it as getting an unbiased scientific report where we can say to the public, we are your water provider, here is the latest health and medical, the water will be safe whatever way it goes. So that's a stretch. The word possible removal of fluoride, that's just building a straw man and knocking it down. It's not actually what's going on, I don't believe. And additionally, it says this resolution marks the first step in a potential process. It's like, well, I don't see that as the case at all. And this potential, we're drawing a long bow. It's the same old straw man type stuff that we've seen time and time again over the last few years. So that's a bit disappointing. The gilding of the lily, the wild over-exaggeration, some might call it, the gaslighting, the hyperbole that we have there, that's really disappointing in that. And I actually trust the staff to do an unbiased report. I think it lacks a bit of respect for the staff to say that we don't trust them to actually produce a report that would be factual, based on the science and the medicine and the actual health advice from the health providers. So that's disappointing. And the $40,000 cost, well, what New South Wales Health spends on it, that's up to them. But the $13,000 from council would be a fair enough investment, since we actually are the water provider and would be able to say to the public, here you go, here is the staff's unbiased report with all of the latest health advice. So the rescission motion process, are we just going to start every time someone loses a motion that they don't like, get two other signatures and whack it in during the meeting? Is that what we're going to become? So last time Councillor Ivey said about each of those points would need a PhD thesis. It's just the hyperbole and the over-exaggeration that just gets my goat a little bit. And the report would really be not just for councillors but also for the public, in reassuring the public that what we are providing them with each time they turn their tap on is actually safe. So therefore, I'm happy to vote against the rescission motion and allow the staff to complete their work. And just the what really, it just gets me, the gilding of the lily about this is the first step in a potential process. It's like, I don't see it like that at all, and I get a bit tired of that sort of carry on. Thank you. Back to the mover of the original motion for their right of reply, Councillor Dickinson.
Thank you. I'm going to stay here now because Jaden fixed this up for me. Oh, Sorry. Thank you. Good work. Thank you. So just a few points to touch on there. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I certainly, in terms of Councillor Toynton's comments about the fact that we just chuck in a Google search and make a couple of phone calls and jobs done, I'm more than happy for councillors, Councillor Toynton, anyone in the public to go and do that. There's lots of information out there. But I do have a huge amount of respect for our staff, and I know that Mr. Ryan will do a lot more than just a Google search or a couple of quick phone calls, and he'll come up with, as Mr. Ryan said, a comprehensive report with references, and that'll take time. That'll take a significant amount of time. Now, the fact that some of that work started doesn't mean that you keep throwing bad money after a little bit of wasted money. So there's an approximation there of, say, 13 to 15 grand from council, maybe 25 grand from the state government. Some of that would have been spent in staff time already, but as Mr. Ryan said, he slowed down because he knew this rescission motion was on the books. So things didn't stop completely, but slowed down so that you've got the chance to see what happens out of this. And then Mr. Ryan can either go, that's it, I certainly wasted a little bit of money, but not anymore, or go full steam ahead and get to the point where I can complete the whole process. But because you've spent a little bit of money doesn't mean that you have to keep spending the money to get to the end. If you realise along the process, in fact, very intelligent people realise they've made a mistake and say, well, I can actually review that, and I'm a big enough person to say, well, I'll stop there and go in another direction, which is the sign of a mature person to be able to admit that mistake and then move forward with the next decision they might want to make, which is better for the overall community. Certainly, I have got some great concerns about some of Councillor Butler's comments in terms of the fact that we've got this scientific evidence we should be getting. We're not a scientific, we're not a university, we're not a research house. We'll be relying on what's out there already. Anyone is welcome to go and do that. I don't think we should be using our money and our position as councillors to go out there and ask our staff to go and produce a research paper, which ultimately they could do some of that research themselves if councillors wanted to do that, which they're more than welcome on doing that. But I really don't think that the process we're going down here is the best use of public money. I also don't think that it is hyperbole to say that this is the first potential step. If it's not the first step in potentially removing fluoride from the water, why are we asking for the report? What is the point of this unless we're going to consider at some point down the track that we might remove fluoride from the water because we get the information back and then we say, well, based on this, if we dose at 9 or 10 milligrams, then you could have some issues with that. So I think there's potential there that we do. Otherwise, why would we bother about wasting everyone's time bringing this report forward? If all you want to do is get the information, go and do the information or get the information on your own time, not using council resources, as Councillor Toynton said, go and do a bit of Googling, look at a few papers, read that information, and then make your decision. I also fully agree with what Councillor Butler said on one point, is that I am worried about a class action. If we remove fluoride from the water, then I would be concerned about a class action because all the evidence and the direction from New South Wales Health is to put fluoride in the water. If we remove that, I would be concerned that down the track we would have a class action because all the information at the moment says to us that we should have fluoride in the water, and the ultimate decision maker on this is New South Wales Health, not us. So if there was any class action down the track when fluoride was found to be somehow dangerous, even though it hasn't been after 60 or 70 years, then that would be on New South Wales Health, not on this council. So ultimately, I would be worried about a class action if we did go down that path and looked at removing water. So a number of points to consider there for council. We need to consider what we do in terms of the questions we ask and the costs that they incur, and what we want to do as a council in terms of the message we send to our community that we're happy to ignore all the scientific evidence that's out there and go down a little rabbit hole that might lead us to a different direction. Thank you.
Councillors, I will now open the voting on Councillor Dickinson's rescission motion. Please cast your votes. I'll now close the voting. Motion lost 6 votes to 5. 5 votes for, 6 against. The next item is item CCL 25/69 Community Services Fund 2024-2025 Round 2. We have an alternative motion that someone will move first and we'll declare our conflicts. Councillor Ivey, move that and then we'll declare, get it seconded, then we'll declare the conflicts.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to move that Council allocate $84,987.59 to the community-based organisations in accordance with the Section 356 of the Local Government Act 1993, and notification to be sent to each of the recommended applicants. Those applicants are, the successful applicants are Burrendong Arboretum Land Management, $9,900, Dubbo Environment Group, $6,699.48, Western Cancer Centre Foundation Limited, $7,456.11, Emmanuel Care Centre Incorporation, $2,342, Boys to the Bush Limited, $25,414, Dubbo and District Parent Support Group for Deaf Hearing Impaired, $5,637, Rotary Club of Dubbo Macquarie Inc. in community partnership with the Dubbo Dementia Alliance, $1,539, the Maradali Aboriginal Corporation, $10,000, and Lifeline Central West Inc., $16,000. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Wells, thank you. Councillor Cowley has a conflict to declare, please.
Yes, I sit on the boards as a director of the Western Cancer Centre Foundation and a member and board director of the Rotary Club of Dubbo Macquarie. And although it is a non-pecuniary interest, I consider it to be significant, and I'm going to leave the room.
Thank you. And Councillor Chowdhury.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I will declare non-pecuniary less than significant. I was the Orezcon committee before, and but no longer, so I'm staying in the room. Thank you.
Thank you. The mover, Councillor Ivey, would you like to speak to your motion at all?
Only to say, Mr. Mayor, that all the applicants are very, and the successful applicants are very worthy community organisations that do function within our community, providing great benefit to the broader community, and I really do support the motion to allocate those funds to them.
Thank you. Any further debate? Councillor Wright.
Just a question, Mr. Mayor. Who set the alarm? No, the fire alarm or smoke alarm. Everything that Councillor Ivey said. But a question regarding outstanding acquittals. There's a number of them on there. I'm just wondering if you might be able to explain for me the process that currently Council undertakes to just to ensure follow-up of those of acquittals, which are on page 125 of the report.
To the CEO.
Yep, Mr. Arms.
Thank you, Mr. CEO. Through you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, it's an ongoing piece of work that we're engaged in there with regard to completing the acquittals or tracking down the acquittals from previous recipients. So all recipients do sign an agreement when they receive the public money, and part of that agreement clearly states their requirements to acquit that public money. We provide them with a fact sheet as well, which seeks to answer all their questions and provide them with an avenue to help them do the acquittals. We do send them, well, they are required to acquit within 2 months of completing the project, and we do send them 6 monthly reminders, as well as prior to the opening of each round. There are automated reminders set in Smarty Grants, which is the software that we use to manage our grant system these days, and 1 month prior to rounds opening, 1 month prior to them completing their project, as well as their nominated project date. So there's a lot of courtesy reminders that the recipients receive to help them along the way, and we're always available to help them work through their acquittal process and answer their questions whenever that may be. But certainly that is a courtesy, and 100% responsibility still resides with the recipient to acquit their public money.
Thank you. Does that answer that one?
Yeah, that's fine. Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Ryan.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Chair. Look, I just wanted to ask a question too. If those guys that have received funds in the past do not come up with their acquittal, does that make them ineligible to apply again? And I think it should, well, this is only more of a statement, I think it should be, if anyone is a part of that committee that has received funds, but then jump ships to a new one to try and receive more funds, does that work in those parties being ineligible?
To the CEO.
Very quickly, yes. If you haven't acquitted your previous funding, you are ineligible. That doesn't necessarily follow a person who moves onto a committee. I know lots of people on committees are on lots of committees. It's about the organisation. So,
Thank you, Councillor Chowdhury.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Now, good to see like all these committee-based group are getting fund. So I just have a question through you, Mr. Mayor. So the groups are not are ineligible, not getting the fund. What other stream they can apply in future?
To the
Thank you.
CEO.
Mr. Arms.
At this stage of the year, through you, Mr. Mayor, thank you, CEO. At this stage of the financial year, the Spark, so that's supporting programs that advance regional culture, funding stream is becoming available shortly, and so that is for culture-based activities, events. Let's stick to activities, and then we move into the new financial year, and we're certainly hoping to bring to council, following on from a resolution late last year, which would propose an evolution of our community funding program, which I think would be beneficial for all concerned. We're looking forward to bringing that to you. But for now, it's Spark coming up before the end of the financial year, so I encourage all people to keep an eye on our website and always make contact with us if you have any questions in that space.
Thank you to CEO. Got something further to add?
Yeah, look, just an extra point of clarity, and I missed off a bit that was important to know, that even though you aren't eligible if you haven't acquitted for this program, get your acquittal sorted and then you're free to apply again. I probably neglected that point, and there's ample examples of community groups that have done that in our programs previously.
Further debate, councillors? There being none, we'll go back to the mover, Councillor Ivey, for right of reply.
No, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillors, I've now opened the voting. Please cast your votes. Councillors, I'll close the voting. Carried unanimously. Could someone please collect Councillor Cowley? Next item is CCL 25/70 2025 to 2029 Community Safety and Crime Prevention Plan. Can I have someone to move that, please? Councillor Wells, seconded by Councillor Toynton. Councillor Wells, would you like to speak to that motion?
Oh, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just wanting to probably say that it's been a long time coming for us to all the work that's been invested in this, and it's a huge report, and I'm happy to see that it's ready to go. Thanks.
Thank you. Have a comment, debate, councillors? Councillor Wells? Not Councillor, was Councillor Wright? Close.
And how get us wrong? We're wearing different clothes. It's a question, actually. Look, the report is unbelievable. To Mr. Arms and his team for putting this together. It's a fantastic document, but it's a community-owned document. You know, the amount of community injection into this and forming the actual document itself was enormous, and so it is a community-owned document. There's an item there on page 142 under submissions received, and it was a theme on policy and legislation about the possibility of creating a smoke-free environment policy in the CBD. I've just got a question with respect to that. I've got my own thoughts on it, and I'm just wondering if you might be able to comment on some other local councils, maybe some local New South Wales councils that have successfully brought this type of policy in, and maybe if you've got any comments or thoughts that you've seen as a result of that sort of policy being introduced.
To the CEO.
Mr. Arms.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Councillor Wright. There's a new action that we've added to the plan since you last saw it, and it came about from this public submission. So it's the report that you saw previously had 26 actions. The one before you now has 28. One of them is the investigation into a smoke-free Macquarie Street and Wellington Town Centre, it's often said that Tamworth and Gunnedah have done a lot of work in this space. I'm actually going to go to Tamworth on Thursday to meet with their community and sit on their community safety reference group to see how that works, but certainly ask some questions. This is one of my top questions, is to how accurate that is and what work they've put into it, and has it been a success. So what we commit to bring you, councillors, is a feasibility study into a smoke-free CBD in Wellington Town Centre. I'm not saying that that it will achieve community safety and crime prevention goals, but I'm certainly interested in finding out what contributions that it can make. And so there's a whole range of questions that it raises around compliance and practicalities and costs and public attitudes and commitment to it. So all that work we'll commit to doing and bring to you in due course. And part of that will be what other councils have been doing.
Thank you. Councillor Wright,
Fantastic. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you. Further debate, councillors? I'll just quickly say this has been an amazing body of work by the team led by Mr. Arms, and it really is the gold standard from my belief, and not reading a whole heap of other places, but just the feedback on that. And hopefully it should actually make a difference in our community and be a positive influence and actually help people to make our community better and make the community a better place for everyone and reduce people's fear out there. Thank you all. I will now go back to Councillor Wells for a right of reply on anything there.
No, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillors, I will open the voting on that motion. Please cast your votes. I'll now close the voting. Motion carried unanimously. The next item is CCL 25/71 mower allocation to incorporated bodies within the villages. Do I have someone to move that? Councillor Ivey and Councillor Ryan seconded that. Councillor Ivey, would you like to speak to your motion?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. So take that motion as listed in the business papers. A great initiative. It's obviously been worked on for a fair while, and congratulations to Mr. Ryan and his team again, perhaps for their expertise, but more than anything, probably their patience patience and persistence in working through it. It is a complex issue. It sounds like a good idea. Why don't we give out a couple of mowers to some community groups and let them go? But as we know from a whole range of issues, from public liability, from risk assessment to operation of it, it's not quite that simple. But this is a great initiative. Again, I think I've spoken before, a great desire of mine is really to try to get the council and the community to engage more closely, to work together. We are all the same, with the council is the community, and we're just a represented part of the community, and we really should be able to try to harness all that goodwill out in the community for the benefit. And so this is a great example. Can I just throw in the thing, as Mr. Arms will know, the other thing that perhaps negates that a little bit, in my opinion, in my experience recently, is that we had a group of people who volunteers who clean up at Mount Arthur Reserve, because people now dump rubbish at the Mount Arthur Reserve because they don't want to take it out to the tip. We would love to they go in there once a week and clean up the rubbish in the back of a ute and take it out to the tip and be charged for it, and they pay for that out of their own pockets. So here we are trying to get the community to engage with the council and work towards things like this mower, which is fantastic, but I think we've still got a fair way to go in other respects too. Thank you.
Thank you. Anything further, councillors? There being nothing, I will now open the voting on that. Please cast your votes. I'll now close the voting. Motion carried unanimously. The next item is CCL 25/72 Investment Policy and Strategy Review 2025. Can I have someone move that, please? Councillor Wright, seconded by Councillor Chowdhury. Thank you. Councillor Wright, would you like to speak to that motion?
No, thanks, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other debate, councillors? Councillor Butler.
Probably more just a comment. on page 225 of our one about the environmentally socially responsible investments. I'd just like to say that I disagree with the sentiment that this it talks here about environmentally and socially responsible investments and refers them to large-scale renewable projects. I guess I would just like to say that I disagree with the sentiment behind that. Large-scale renewables are not socially or environmentally responsible. As I've discussed before, they do emit microplastics, BPAs, PFAS, and in the Burdekin case, 36,000 hectares of land has been cleared in a very sensitive area, which is the habitat of the northern Queensland koala. So they are actually quite environmentally unresponsible or irresponsible, and I don't think socially they're much better. So I just more of a comment than a question. All right, thank you.
Thank you. Any further debate, councillors? No, we'll go back to the mover. Councillor Wright, right of reply to anything?
No, thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillors, I'll now open the voting on that. Please cast your votes. I'll now close the voting. Motion carried unanimously. The next item is CCL 25/73. Update on Australia Day ceremonies for 2025. Councillor Cowley has an alternative motion to move, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Alternative motion to CCL 25/73 update on Australia Day ceremonies for 2025. That the report of the governance team leader be noted. That the Australia Day Awards for the Dubbo local government area consist of Citizen of the Year, Senior Citizen of the Year, Young Citizen of the Year, Services to Sport, Sportsperson of the Year, Young Sportsperson of the Year, Services to the Arts, which is Dubbo only, Community Group of the Year, Dubbo only, and Community Event of the Year, Wellington only. 3, that Council consult with the community to ascertain expectations and suggestions for what type of activities they would like to see alongside civic ceremonies. 4, that at the conclusion of the community consultation, a councillor workshop be held to discuss the options. And 5, that a further report be brought to the ordinary council meeting in July 2025 for determination.
Thank you. A seconder somewhere, Councillor Chowdhury. Thank you. Councillor Cowley, would you like to speak to that?
Look, I think we've covered most of the ground with regard to Australia Day. This talks about the machinations of the day itself and the awards rather than where, when or how it is to be held. This goes to the how. Perhaps in the interest of explanation for the changes, really the only change that exists here is the Australia Day Awards. Based on the feedback from the committee, the community-based Australia Day Committee and the debrief, the decision was made by that committee to recommend that Cultural Person of the Year award be, or the alternative to that be the Services to the Arts, to ensure that the there's a true representation of the creative and arts communities, and also that we include the Community Group of the Year in Dubbo, which I think goes to engage a greater cross-section of the community and to recognise the wonderful work done by so many of our volunteers.
Thank you. Any other debate, councillors? Councillor Ivey.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Just a question. In the original motion, it had that the council staff liaise with prior winners, the Australia Day Awards, to form a deliberation committee to decide on the award winners. And so that went to the issue of how the Australia Day Committee for Dubbo and Wellington awards would be formulated. Is there anything in this current motion that sort of deals specifically with the how that deliberation committee will be formed and how it will function?
My understanding was that that will be determined at the July meeting. Is that correct, Councillor Cowley? Was that your understanding?
I think that is the general understanding, yes, Mr. Mayor.
To staff, yep, no, that was it. That it'll be determined by councillors the formation of that at July when we sort it all out?
It doesn't actually say that, though, does it? Doesn't it say that it's more the public will give some ideas and opinions on these ancillary events? It doesn't actually specifically address the committee at all.
We'll just get some info from the CEO.
It doesn't expressly say that, but given that point 4 is the conclusion of community consultation, a council or workshop held to discuss the options, and we would bring that as a matter of course, because we do need an awards day committee, as has been the practice for a long time. We'll just bundle that in the overall consultation report back to council, work that through for ultimate endorsement at July.
Anything further? No. Councillor Cowley, anything in reply to?
No, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillors, I'll now put that motion. I've opened the voting. Please cast your votes. I'll now close the voting. Motion carried unanimously. The next item is we get the questions on notice. CCL 25/74. Dubbo Regional Theatre and Convention Centre fees and charges. Councillor Chowdhury, you've moved that as seconder. Councillor Wright was first there. Councillor Chowdhury, would you like to speak to your motion?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would like to first thank you, council staff, to bringing that brief report. Also, tonight the speaker been spoken about few issues and their concern. Through that, on that report, I would like to actually show to the community the what the fees and charge plus the percentage of the uses from state and different. So as per we can see, local groups are using mostly 57%. So I would like to when I tonight the people are speaking tonight, there was a bit concern about the council shocking price and the lack of communication, clear instruction. There's no set price. If I had any hall, I know how much it's gonna cost me for a event, but as per them, there was no clear instruction what is the price would be at the end of the show. So I'll encourage council staff and also the CEO if they can have a meeting with these community groups and discuss further how we can resolve that issue, because we have a beautiful facilities and we want that our local community take all the advantage, because last weekend this first time a multicultural group has been set a performance in that theater, and it was absolutely cracker, and I haven't heard any negative feedback. Everyone was so positive, and thanks to the council staff. So I think there was a bit lack of communication, or I'm not sure what between these community groups. So I would encourage the staff can move forward and discuss with them and resolve the issue. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Wells.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a question. In relation to page 238, there's a graph there that outlines the usage of certain areas. Just curious around the theatre usage in 2024 appears to be quite, not a lot, but it's down on previous, on 2023. And I can understand why 2022 was low, but is there any rationale to that?
To the CEO.
I'll just throw to Mr. Arms. It's the graph above the recommendation.
Thank you, Councillor. It's the pie charts, is it? Oh no, it's the the column graph. So down a little bit on the year before. The last year was down a little bit. So I think, like pools, it's a combination of a number of variables that all combine to produce the result at the end. And I think it's the trend over time that's the important thing to keep in mind. We're certainly very conscious of the day-to-day operations and our bookings over the course of a financial year. right across the spectrum of bookings, so right from community groups right through to international events and everything in between. I think our numbers look quite healthy. Certainly the spread of an opportunity for local operators, local hirers to access the facility is demonstrated in the data that you received as well. And so I would say I agree with you, Councillor. Our facility is healthy. I would say we certainly can improve our operations in areas, and we've identified in talking with the community members, because we have done that. We have met. We are meeting with two tomorrow, actually, to discuss these matters further. We are identifying areas where we can clarify processes and improve processes to certainly address this bill shock phenomenon that we're hearing about, but also make sure that people understand, that hirers understand our obligations, both legally and help them understand theirs. We've got some work to do, obviously, but I know we're committed to addressing it, and I'm confident that we can do it.
Thank you. Councillor Wright.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. And look, there was a number of questions that were asked from the public gallery tonight, and one of them was about fees and charges. And I'm just wondering if you might be able to explain to me. One of the comments was around the fact that there wasn't a lot of consultation, especially with users of the facility, to with regards to fees and charges. I'm just wondering if you might be able to explain for those watching at home that process around the setting of fees and charges, and when community can provide that feedback with regards to that, and have that, I suppose, feeling of consultation with regards to that process.
The CEO.
Mr. Arms.
Thank you, Councillor. Yeah, I think our theatre managers do a lot of consultation with the user groups. We try to get the message out to them around the process for fees and charges, so that they understand the process in which fees and charges are developed and approved, and the opportunities that they have to contribute to those. It's a phenomenon right across, I think, council, not just the theatre, but we don't often get a lot of submissions with regard to fees and charges, and that's, like I said, that's across the board. And so we'll continue to work hard to encourage our user groups, particularly through our meetings with them. Like I said, we're meeting with two of them tomorrow. That'll be a key message to remind them of, that they do have an opportunity each year through the fees and charges process to make their contribution. You read those, you councillors read each one of those submissions. I make that message very clear to everyone watching. The councillors certainly do take the time and read those submissions. I know they do, and it's a great opportunity for them to hear from you during that process. So certainly we do our best to try and get our user groups, hirers, to contribute to the process.
The CEO again.
And at some point, some of what we heard tonight, yes, we can be better operation. We always can. I will hasten to add, relationships are always two-way. We see it with sporting groups and our teams that maintain sporting fields. When we get the communication right, people approach problems with good faith. When it breaks down, that's when you hear more problematic stories and people feel like it's not getting resolved. And part of that two-way conversation, we always try and encourage, but it seems to only come when people feel threatened by increases in prices, or they've hit a threshold, like it would appear some of the community, that then they feed into our budget process. So we're always trying to get that message out as well. And I think it's important there was a bit of a comparison between sport and culture, which I think is sometimes unnecessary, sometimes good, because there are parallels where what we have in our sporting fields is sporting groups pay for sport-specific costs. And some of what they are talking about in using the theatre is production-specific costs. Ultimately, council gets faced with the decision of how much a subsidy, and it's a subsidised asset and a service that we provide in the Theatre and Convention Centre. Ultimately, councils get to choose how much we subsidise that service to community as well. So yes, anyone who's potentially following on from this meeting based on the public forum, it's really powerful to put their opinions of you, because we know that you will review it as part of deliberating what that subsidy looks like.
Thank you. Councillor Wright again.
Just following up, Matt. So when is that next opportunity for people to provide that feedback? So when does that come up again next for them, so they can set the clock?
The CEO.
Yeah, the draft fees and charges are typically out on public display for May. You ultimately make your decision on the final budget and fees and charges towards the end of June. But often with groups, as part of what Mr. Arms was alluding to, is you have those preliminary discussions to get input into the fees and charges draft before we then go out in public exhibition. So we're hearing people now. That'll inform the draft, but then ultimately the real power is those submissions by the public to that exhibited draft budget, fees and charges.
Councillor Chowdhury, then.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just threw you, Mr. Mayor, a question. So when a community group do a like a production, what stage they can know like how much that's gonna cost to hire this hall?
The CEO.
Mr. Arms.
It's a very good question through you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Mr. CEO. Thank you, Councillor Chowdhury. It's one of the most important questions to ask. And of the things that we need to improve on in terms of our operations, this is one of the high priority ones. I would say that the more organised event hirers can be 4 weeks out from their event date, from their performance date, the easier it is, the clearer it is for both parties to understand the costs involved. And so there's nothing new to that. I think certainly the theatre staff have worked hard to generate that clarity with the up to that 4 week period, up to that 4 week milestone. Beyond that 4 week milestone, it becomes more difficult to generate clarity as new requests may come in and decisions made and changed as we move into the closer to the event, and the stress of the event starts to take hold as well, and information exchange becomes more difficult. And so the more changes that we're making in that 4 week period leading into the event, the more opportunities we have for confusion. So one message for both parties is for our hirers, the clearer you can be with what your needs are at that 4 week milestone, the greater opportunity the staff have to provide you with accurate costing information. To assist that process, we're working on developing a web-based, a computer-based system similar to a booking site, if you like, where event hirers can nominate the details that they want, the equipment that they'd like to hire, and effectively go to the checkout then and see the cost of their event, and then make adjustments to that based on the cost. And that will allow us also to really highlight that 4 week milestone period. So I hope that shows an indication that we're listening to the concerns that are being raised, and we're trying to work out ways to address the lack of clarity. We're a little way off that. Our IT staff are working overtime on trying to satisfy us there. We're quite demanding clients, and our IT staff are very patient with us and very helpful. And so hopefully we can have something ready in the not distant future.
Thank you. Councillor Ivey.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Look, I was heartened to hear some of the CEOs and Mr. Arms' comments about how, yes, you are meeting with the stakeholders, if you like, or like the users, because like most of the councillors here, I'm sure I've been approached by disgruntled users. One thing I've learned in this council is there's always two sides to the story. It's not just one side. But I must admit, some of the things that I've been told do sound as if they could be handled a little bit better. One of the things is, yes, we've been concentrating on here the actual costs or the prices of various things, but I gather that's one thing, that's the fixed price, like it might be so much an hour, but then we're often not capable of giving an estimate, or not giving a fixed quote on how many hours something will take. And so what happens is that, halfway through, oh yes, the number of hours taken is more than what was initially envisaged, and therefore the cost to the user goes up. So I would have thought, we're in a position where we should be able to give a fixed quote for some of those things. Sometimes we might be a bit under, sometimes we might be a bit over, but we have an obligation to provide a quote to say, okay, the cost of setting up this dance stage will be this much. Now, sometimes that varies because the people setting it up take longer or whatever, but that should be back on the council. That shouldn't be passed on to the user. The user should have knowledge that they can work towards a fixed quote. I mean, we're all in business, have to give quotes from time to time on providing a service. Sometimes we win, sometimes we lose, but the onus is on us to provide that quote. So I just think that if we can, keep going down the path that Mr. Arms said, that talking to them, finding out what some of the issues are, and just seeing how we can change our systems to better accommodate it. Now, I know people are very critical and they jump up and down, they love to criticise council, but when we've come along to the public forum and we've received emails and we've received phone calls from people who are very committed, who want this community to really thrive in terms of arts and culture, who are so critical, you know, I mean, I know the customer's not always right, but by gosh, that's about where you start from. You start saying, okay, the customer is right, now let's have a look at what they're saying. And I just think that we could perhaps do that a little bit better. I think we probably are a bit dismissive of some of these criticisms, when really we'd be better off to say, well, hang on, is there some validity in those criticisms? How can we overcome some of those things which are being levelled at us? And again, I can just say, yes, thank you, Mr. Arms, for that commitment to talk to them and see if we can't work through to make the whole system better, because it's got to be in the whole community's interest to have a harmonious relationship between us and the users. I mean, it's fundamental. So let's try to work hard towards making that happen. Thank you.
The CEO might have a few clarifying comments there.
The key word you used is relationship. You've already heard that we're committed to doing that, and we already are, and we're in play. It's a two-way conversation, and you talk about a guaranteed quote is good when you've got a lockdown scope. What you also heard from Mr. Arms is when the scope creeps and there's that confusion, that's when some unknown costs. So we're very open to improving, but we need to do that hand in hand with community as well. So I just want to reinforce that point. Relationship is necessarily two-way. We are always open to learning. Certainly that's the culture I drive, and that's certainly the culture that the directors drive, like Craig Arms and the managers, open to it. But we need that collaboration with community as well to get that clarity. And I think systems that help guide that clarity is what is the power of that, but ultimately is still down to a relationship that is two-way.
Thank you. Any further debate, councillors? No. Back to the mover for a quick right of reply, Councillor Chowdhury.
I'm good, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillors, I will open the voting. Have we got that loaded up as a... I don't have that on the screen to... It's just... All those in favour of noting that report, carried unanimously. Thank you. The next item, another quick one no doubt, CCL 25/75, South Lakes Playground Update. Councillor Wright, would you like to move your motion?
Yeah, so moved. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. We'll get a seconder first. Councillor Wells, thank you. Councillor Chowdhury.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I declare a pecuniary significant interest for this one because I reside in South Lake and I'm leaving the room. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Wright, would you like to speak to that at all?
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. About a month ago, I was walking through South Lakes and I was just smelling the flowers and admiring the birds. And out of nowhere, there's about 8 little toddlers. They all surrounded me. They come out of nowhere and they demanded aggressively when their new playground would be finished, and also when their play equipment would be done. And I promised them that I'd get something in the business papers. And so they were incredibly excited to know when I walked through there the other day again, when they read the report, that they'll have both of those things by Christmas. So thank you very, very much for presenting that information. Thank you.
Thank you. Anything further, councillors? No. We'll do just a show of hands, just to note that report. All those in favour, against, I declare that carried. Could someone please grab Councillor Chowdhury for us? We're now up to CCL 25/76 comments and matters of urgency. We'll start this week with Councillor Wells.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a couple of things from me. Got the opportunity last night to go to the Savannah Room out at the Western Plains Zoo and be a participant in the launch of the Visitor's Guide. That presentation was amazing. I was so impressed by what will be put together out there. Like just a facility that's going to accommodate 300 people and an extra, I think it was 40 units. I'm not. Anyway, I was just super impressed. Great session. Bit cold in the room, but other than that, it was pretty awesome. Tracking back, then Saturday I attended the Hues of Harmony at the DRTC, the theatre, and through Orascon. It was amazing as well. Just watching the colours and all of the different, outfits and the dances and the comedy on the stage was. I really enjoyed it, and I just urge people to get out to those things a bit more. This is all new for me, not necessarily a woman of culture. I'm pretty much a hermit, but that was great. And then the day before, I went to another play here in Dubbo called Alice and the Cold Case, and it was at the Wesley Players Club. And I knew a couple of people in that production, and I am in awe that people are brave enough to get up and do those things on our local stage and just make us laugh or get us intrigued on the story. So I just wanted to say this community's got some really good talent, and that's what we should be so very proud of. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Wright.
I'll pass on it this month. Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Chowdhury.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll just make a comment. I had the opportunity to meet with Multicultural Minister Steve Kemper a few weeks ago, and I have asked him about the sports hub, and he didn't say anything to me, like is it happening or not happening. But I'll continue. I'll request to Mayor to continue pushing for this sports hub, because that is sports hub really need for Dubbo and Western New South Wales. So hopefully we can see one day there was a sports hub happening. Also, I went to attend with the mayor and my fellow deputy mayor of the West to Art at the Western Plain Culture Center. It was really good to see how those art formation coming from, and the community member are so connective, and the creativity is really impressive. Also, I'd like to shout out to the director and the staff for the new Dubbo resident guide. It was a fantastic. I took few copies. I shared already today at my workplace, and I have received all this positive, and which make me so proud. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Dickerson.
I'm right. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Ryan.
Yeah, I will just make a comment. On the weekend, I got the pleasure of attending a sporting knockout, Koori knockout, or not a Koori knockout, just a knockout in Wellington, which saw 10 different teams from all across the states come together to Wellington Kennard Park, run by the Wellington Wedgetails Footy Club. You know, we had sides there from Wagga, Angonia, Burke, as far up as Bowraville, people coming for this event. So I just wanted to make a comment to say that, you know, those 10 teams that have just come to Wellington for the weekend and, you know, staying in our accommodation, buying our, you know, shopping at our centres, it was really good to see, and it was a really good day. And as you all know, we're going to have another big weekend coming up with Wellington Boot. So, yeah, we're going to see some growth in our accommodations and whatnot coming through both Dubbo and Wellington.
Thank you. Councillor Toynton.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So recently I was able to go to the Tradies in Sight, run by Bruno Afodi and his team. I just want to say that it is a great organisation aimed at helping tradesmen, tradies, as well as the apprentices who might be going through a bit of a rough time with mental health. We all know that, you know, particularly with apprentices, you know, the pay is not great. You can be sent for long waits at the store, or strike paint, or tins of Weldon sparks, only to be ridiculed when you come back. Yeah, and that kind of stuff. It seems like harmless fun to people, but some people can be made. You know, they come back, the boss is tapping their watch. You know, what took you? I'm not paying you all day to bludge. So, and that does have the effect of really demeaning people. So I think, bullying in that kind of workplace should never be tolerated at all, ever. It shouldn't be encouraged like that. So when that is sort of happening, you've got Bruno and his team that are able there to allow these people to just get this off their chest, speak up without actually going to like a doctor or anything like that, where it's like, oh, I'm having a rough time. Next thing you know, you got some copper at the door saying, oh, we've got to, you've said that you're having a bad time with mental health, but now we've got to take your guns off you and Docs is here to take your kids. This is a way that they can get shoulder to shoulder with other people, get things off their chest. If they're having a hard time, with that network of traders, you can say, okay, well, mate, if your boss is, a terrible employer and is harassing you like this, we've got other people in this sector who are happy to take your apprenticeship on. So I really commend Bruno and his team for the work that they do to try and help people battling with mental health issues and to take the stigma away from it, that it is okay to talk to people. And the other thing, just real quickly, while I was at the Zufari Lodge, while we had the unveiling last night, was it last night? Boy, sorry, we've got a couple of different. I had a phone call from one of our residents, Mr. Trevor Wykes, who just wanted to pass on his thank yous to the staff of the roadworks crew that have gotten his road out the front of his place graded to a great standard. So I'm just passing on his thanks to the entire team involved with that. So thank you on behalf of Mr. Trevor Wykes. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Ivey.
Just a quick shout out to the Wellington Touch Association. They've got their grand final this coming Wednesday night. Really two organisers there, Alistair Thompson and Nuddy Blackall, who really got together. And over the last 2 or 3 years, I know Touch is on a bit of a roll and it's been very big in Dubbo, but again in Wellington, it really has brought the community together. I don't know how each Wednesday night there'd be probably well over 100, maybe even getting up towards a couple of hundred participants in the full part of the season, with kids from sort of 6, it's an intergenerational thing from 6-year-olds through to 45, 50-year-olds, and it's just what two people can do, or really two people with a bit of help, in engendering a whole lot of community spirit and a whole lot of goodwill. I just think it's fantastic, and as I say, this Wednesday night, the two protagonists are fighting it out, I think, for the grand final, but a great event. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Butler.
Yes, just very briefly, I just wanted to say I enjoyed the citizenship ceremony that we participated in a week or so ago. So, it was quite a wonderful event. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Cowley.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. As you would all be aware, the annual Dubbo Show is fast approaching. It's 153 years since the Dubbo Show Society began its life in 1872 as the North Western Pastoral and Agricultural Association, and this year will be its 152nd show. If you'd like to know more about the history, may I recommend this fabulous book, brilliantly written and researched, of course, which is the history not only of the Dubbo Show Society, but in many ways is the history of the region and the city itself since European settlement. However, and all this copy will be going to the Mayor and the CEO's office to sit outside their offices for people to be entertained whilst they're waiting for their meetings. And it does make a great gift. All proceeds to the Dubbo Show Society, and that helps them to stage the 3 days in May. But this is not just a shameless plug for that book. I would like to draw your attention to the fact that every year some 700 volunteers, of which I am one, work for days, in my case, weeks in many cases, and in many, many cases, months and months and months, to make sure that the Dubbo Show is what it is today. And that's one of in the top 5 agricultural shows in New South Wales. So the Dubbo Show is something that this city and this region can be very proud of, and it's the facility of the Dubbo Showground. The showground is something that is very important to Dubbo Regional Council, of course, the show itself plays an enormous part in the social, economic, and I guess cultural fabric of our community, and it brings visitors from all over the state, all over the eastern seaboard, and indeed all across the city every year. So I know you're all dying to know how you can get involved. Well, this year, Dubbo Regional Council, of course, will have a stand at the show, as it always does. And I would encourage you all to take part in that. However, I'm also issuing a challenge this year. I would like my fellow councillors, and yes, you too, Mr. CEO, to step up for the Great Dubbo Council Bake Off in support not only of the Dubbo Show, but of the volunteers that work incredibly hard every year and have done for that whole 152 years to bring this show to fruition. And those volunteers who wrangle the pavilion entries and displays. So I will, but not only in support of the Dubbo Show, but also in support of the chosen charity. Each year, the Dubbo Show Society chooses a local charity to which to direct the proceeds from the show. And this year it is Boys to the Bush. So I think it was Councillor Ryan who earlier mentioned the fact that everybody always accuses Dubbo Regional Council of wanting its cake and eating it too. Let's prove the theory. Let's bake the cake and eat it too. So in the coming weeks, I'm going to get back to you with more detail. But in the meantime, I need you to dust off the aprons, fire up the mix masters, or your subcontracting skills. I don't really care whether you do it yourself or you get a significant other to do it, or your children, or buy one. Because I won't be taking no for an answer. I think it's something in all seriousness that we can do as a collective group to prove that we work as a team. And if the cupcakes, if you had one of these tonight, sorry, patty cakes, if you had one of these tonight, then that is tacit approval to be involved. Okay, I should have mentioned that, shouldn't I?
You should.
But I think it's something that we can do together as a team to support a really important, iconic event in our community and a great cause. And also, it's a bit of fun that we can have together and show willing. So if these little jobbies thrown together today are any indication, there won't be a great deal of competition from me. But suffice to say, I will be putting the acid oil, and I would love for you all to step up and make that entry into the cooking section of the Dubbo Show.
Thank you. Councillor Richardson.
Okay, so I tried to do this at the last council meeting and fell apart within 30 seconds. I'd just like to thank everybody for their messages, for their wishes, for their flowers. Also for the book from Councillor Cowley to my granddaughter to help her cope. She still doesn't quite understand that Pa didn't have a hat, but the grandpa does. And it's helped her to deal with her grief.
Good.
Thank you, Councillor Richardson. Just very quickly from myself, many people have mentioned the Hues of Harmony. There was like 3 months worth of rehearsals went into that apparently, and it was quite an amazing show. The Black Dog Ride a week or two back there was also quite amazing. That's put on by a very small crew and over 200 bikes there. And just very quickly, we got the GIPA documents back, the Freedom of Information documents that I did on the Department of Regional to do with withdrawing funds from the Dubbo Sports Hub and new PCYC. And there were some very interesting bits and pieces in there, including one where there's a recommendation from the Office of Sport, so that comes under the Sport Minister Steve Camper, that the variation request to move sites from CSU up to Sports World by the PCYC, that's supported by the Office of Sport and the Grant Management Office as adequately managing financial and delivery risk. So the recommendation there is that the project be delivered or can be delivered with an $8 million contingency at the new site at Sports World, which was 19%. The removal of Public Works as the project manager and PCYC to run that themselves. the Office of Sport had taken a very conservative approach in recommending that the variation and change of sites be approved. The Office of Sport has confirmed through reassessment and probity actions that the project remains aligned with original program guidelines, original intent of funding award, and represents value for money. That upon execution of the new agreement, blah, 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 and it even had attached the agreement for the Department of Regional to fill out to approve the move of sites. So it says, on the 18th of September 2024, Office of Sport received a request for variation from the PCYC to move the sites, which following review and approval, Office of Sport on the 3rd of October requested Department of Regional, that's Tara Moriarty's department, to 1, agree to the variation, and 2, draft contract variation documents. But all of a sudden, the document, if you look at the record notes on the 17th of October, suddenly changes to the brief return to author at request of Director GGMC. From what I can find, that might be a grant management company, and it all goes south from there on or about the 17th of October. What happened? Did someone find out they had money in that? So that was one of the things that came up from our GIPA. How can two different ministers get exactly the same advice but come up with two very, very different opinions on what should happen? And this is where I've been saying in the media, the Premier, Chris Minns, clearly needs to step in and sort this out, and that means to put the money back into this project at the Sports World site. If that doesn't happen, I'd be very supportive of a parliamentary inquiry so we can look at this. And the SO52, the call for papers that happened as a result of our council delegation to Parliament, there's 20 boxes that are being gone through by various office staff down there, parliamentary office staff. And one of the little things that came out today, the probity advice hasn't actually been located yet in the 20 boxes, but one thing that did come out was an allegation between public servants that Minister Moriarty yelled down the phone at one of the senior bureaucrats in her own department, and that made the Daily Telegraph and various other news services today. So that's going to be quite interesting to follow that through. But another thing that also came out was signed by Deputy Secretary of Department of Regional, so Minister Moriarty's own department, Recommendation 11, this is from a few months ago, that the client, that's the PCYC, should review their operational requirements for a viable facility. This is when deciding that it was a no-goer up at the CSU site. PCYC should revisit the project scope, consider all available options, including alternate sites to progress the project. That was from the Deputy Secretary of Department of Regional, Minister Moriarty's own department. PCYC went ahead and did that and then still had the funding withdrawn. And that was the excuse used to withdraw that funding. So the pressure is building. There's many MPs and from various parties writing letters. I know that the PCYC has written letters to Treasurer and others. I will be down in Sydney on Thursday and Friday this week, have a meeting with the Treasurer, and I will try to ask there as part of that delegation that we get in the budget, upcoming budget, get the money returned to that project for the kids of the Dubbo and wider region. So that's been very interesting this last week or so, and we'll continue to monitor that and approach other groups to send letters of support into the Premier, because that'll probably be decided in the next couple of weeks how that budget is going to be formed up. That's all from me. The next thing we need to do is a few confidential items. Under Section 10A of the Local Government Act, the next items being CCL 25/77, 78, 79, 20 and 81, or should that be 80? Looks like probably should be 80, but it says 20. We'll go with 80. Have been identified as likely to be discussed in a closed session of council. Can I now have someone move us into confidential session to deal with the confidential items? Please move Councillor Wells, seconded by Councillor Chowdhury. We have no applications from members of the public to make their representation regarding whether the meeting should be closed to the public. Do any members of the public in the public gallery have any comments to make regarding the proposal to hear the items in closed session of council under Section 10A4 of the Act arguments for or against confidentiality? No, we don't. Thank you. I now put the motion. Electronic voting is going to be used for this one, councillors, so please cast your votes. I'll now close the voting. Carried unanimously. I declare the motion carried unanimously. We'll now move into closed session. The time being is at 9:28 p.m. Please read this. The streaming will now be turned off and any members of the public will be asked to leave the chamber. The chamber will be reopened and the live stream restarted after deliberations on this matter with the resolutions to be made public. Please stop the web streaming. The council returned to open session, the time being 10:20 p.m. Welcome back. I now ask the governance officer to play the resolutions from the confidential session. There are no further items for consideration of the ordinary council meeting, and I declare the meeting closed, the time being 10:21 p.m. Web streaming has now been completed. Thank you for your attendance.